Putin get all or nothing accusations and all or nothing complaints all the time on this app. So, in my opinion, this is going to be one really spicy in the muff.
The problem, John, is that we're all going to guess. We're all going to make assumptions. I mean, I can't imagine what the Washington Post is going to have to say tomorrow, but I'll guarantee you it's going to be anti-Trump. Because they're going to be guessing as to what the hell happened. Well, something of
better solution would be to minimize human suffering. That's the best solution, in my opinion. But what do I think?
Well, what Ken went on was exactly what I so deeply concerned with. I mean, he left to degradation of anything and everything Trump, but we don't know the substance of what was agreed to or not. So how the hell can we make a judgment on this particular meeting and whether it advanced or retarded progress towards what I hope all of us want is peace? And so the lack of information is obviously impatient. I'm really disturbed, all that kind of stuff, and I apologize. I'm trying to have a rational discussion. But this obfuscation, this bullshit that we are being fed, when there is substance, I'm sure there is real substance, some good and some bad. But what is the substance? And until we have that substance, then how in the hell can we have a legitimate, rational discussion about the pros and cons of what the hell is really going on in the Ukraine? I hope you understand what I was trying to say. If I confused it, I apologize. You understand what I'm trying to
Anson.
say and why?
It's the fog of war. It's the fog of war. And as what Mojo just said, both Putin and Trump are presiding over a death toll. This is a funeral procession service, and you know what? The American people are tired of paying for the funeral. Wrap it up.
Well, I apologize for my passion, but I really hoped that I was going to see the press conference that would be historic. And not only is it not historic, it's something, I don't know, what do you call something that's on the negative side of historic? Degrading, I don't know, disappointing, disgusting. It just, there was some substance there that we the people deserve to know what the hell it was. And we don't know, and how in the hell can we argue about whether it was bad or different?
Because so given when they had a recording of the 4-hour visit with Putin and they put it online for everybody to hear,
Are the replays on?
what would that change for your life tomorrow? I think you have to, this is with respect, sir, I think you have too high of an expectation. These are leaders of the world. We're not privy to everything that goes on. Do we want to be? Because honestly, there are a couple things that our country does I don't think I want to know about.
If I say that I think there will be some truth in some of everything everybody says, because for some it may have been the show Trump has portrayed so many other leaders. And I guess kind of looking for that showmanship that don't have a spark of it and not see it at all. Could lead to a lot of thoughts where
Hi, Jane.
maybe he understands.
I'm fighting for you, Jane. We're
We're
fighting Brad the Dragon.
You have to treat one different than the other because you know he's into it.
What up, Jane? Yeah, Brad wants to, torch the campaign to like John Kitover. Wow, what a hater. Well, we've got over $500 in the bank, so I can't complain. And we did an interview. Yeah, we are fundraising. So and we're challenging Darren the Hood to debates, but he's not responding. I have Jews protesting me on X now, saying that I'm an unstable loser.
What?
They're calling me an unstable loser. I said Darren the Hood is an unstable loser. He's created $20 trillion in debt and said if you don't get vaxxed, you're all going to die. It seems pretty unstable to me.
Wow. I must hurt. A fellow Jew. I'm not a fan of yours, John. From the political perspective, I'm a fan of you. You're a funny person.
Well, that's okay because I can win you over then.
But I don't ever travel.
It doesn't matter. You can still donate to the campaign. I'm going to pin the link for you right now.
I'm going to give you $18 when I confirm that it's real.
Give me $1 and then
$18, you know why?
let Menachem Schneerson, decide.
I'm going to get in trouble for talking to you later.
Oh, there's enough complainers to go around. They're everywhere.
I guess. How do your parents feel about it?
My uncle ran, so I'm just doing what my uncle did. But my uncle didn't win. I'm trying to win.
Yeah, no, I get you. You have this fact, severity, and overall constitution for it.
Yeah, I got roasted hard. I've been battling Brad like you can't believe. This guy is, intense.
He's like going after you. What is it? Stolen valor?
Stolen valor. What a ridiculous.
That guy feels valor when he tells people to kill themselves.
I agree. He's committing a crime. I posted the crimes that he's actually violating by making death threats on the internet. So.
Oh, jeez, I think I got enough from Elena. Why am I talking to you?
Well,
Elena, I'll explain.
tell her I'm an
I don't care.
unstable loser and you're trying to help out a guy running for Congress, fighting other unstable losers in Congress.
See, it's okay. I love Elena. All Jews. They're winners. But, it's the streaming, John. A lot of them freak out over this.
Well, put yourself in my shoes. I have to listen to all your stupid shit and record all your stupid shit.
I barely fucking talk. I'm a listener. I'm more of a listener.
Oh, I see.
But, it's okay.
So that's why you don't feel, threatened because I'm not recording you.
I just got over it because at the beginning of Clubhouse, I could tell everyone recorded each other. Friends here and there, so I don't get it the same way, but I'm a younger person, John, older than you, but But I shall leave now. I don't know if I wish you luck in your campaign, but let's not be talking about it. But you know what?
No, I don't have any APEC money.
That's all I can come up with right now.
Assets.
I'm sorry I'm shouting and I can't tell you where.
and one of the great villainous nations in history, responsible for at least 100 million deaths of its own people and others. This meeting is an embarrassment. I'm listening to Trump. Again, no offense to anybody, he's babbling like an idiot. He's talking about 2016 and the Russia hoax. It's quite clear that they have no deal. Trump said it. I can't imagine what progress was made. Trump is dealing with one
forest through the trees, kind of. That's the direction he's going.
Look, I'm not treated to a 6-year-old negotiation.
Thank you. Right? It took him a really long time, and Reagan also probably, you can tell me, Roger, historically, go watch the Reagan movie with Dennis Quaid, but there's a good chance Reagan said when he was campaigning that he could, put the Russians in check and do it quickly.
Well, look, they all exaggerate. I mean, Trump, anyone that wants to deny that Trump is a liar, that would just be a weird thing. Of course Trump lies, but they all lie. So you're not saying anything about, anything that you say about Trump is true about all of them when it comes to their honesty, especially when they're campaigning. I remember Drain the Swamp, and then they hired the new people. I remember hearing lock her up, and she didn't get locked up. I mean, there's a lot of things that build the wall, okay, you should have a partial wall.
I never had sex with that woman. Sorry.
They all lie. They all lie. We should be able to agree on that. Whether you love Trump, hate Trump, or whatever. When somebody says that, hate Trump, lied about something, without even knowing what the topic is, I'm probably the chance it just Trump's true. Politicians, listen to movies, it's probably lying.
The problem is not the first round of negotiations with Russia, right? Unless you're only counting personal meetings, and Putin doesn't really do a lot of personal meetings.
Yeah, I understood this is the first time in many years that Putin met with someone and that he requested a meeting. That's not active.
Well, if you remember, they met in Helsinki during the first Trump administration, and Trump behaved in a very odd manner, and I was looking for that tonight, and I saw it. That said, Abby, I hope I'm completely wrong, but your historical perspective does change my understanding. I think it's great to remember that this stuff evolves over time. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope you're right. The only thing I want to add, though, is I think at the time, oh my God, was it who did Reagan meet with? Was it Gorby?
He met with Gorbachev. He also Brezhnev was in there during that time. Remember, they kept going. They went to premieres. Andreev. I'm trying to remember.
Oh yeah, I
went to a bunch of them.
Was it Brezhnev? Was it Andrei Brezhnev?
Yeah, but then he wasn't in that long. Where there was another one that got killed or died.
But here's the only thing I want to say.
He met with many, but Norm, he met with many, and my point on Bush was Bush met with him 28 times. And the fact that Biden couldn't meet with them, and Obama did not meet during Obama's time. Forget how many, maybe 9 times he met with the Russians during his 2 terms.
I remember. I'm glad that I'll be able to deal with them after the election.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the fact that he sits down with the premier of Russia and of China,
In Alaska, it's a little weird.
It's yes, but again, the fact that he's meeting with them, the fact that in his first term with North Korea, that he could reach out to a crazy lunatic like that, and I see a positive in that. That's everyone's perspective on it.
So I'm hoping you're right as I say it, I'm wrong. I would be very happy. I'll buy dinner if I'm wrong for us. But the only difference in this case is
McDonald's for everybody.
Putin is cunning and brilliant in his ability to remain a dictator for life in Russia. It's not easy. You have to be both brutal and a great chess player, obviously. And if I know that Trump is looking to get out because we can't afford it right now, as opposed to Reagan conveying the message that we will outspend you, we will beat you in this. Your economy is falling apart. And by the way, Russia's economy is still falling apart. It's been dropping, and they're hemorrhaging talent. I think they have 20 million Russians living abroad, and they're losing 20,000 a year. I just heard this figure. the best and the brightest of Russia are getting the heck out of Dodge because it's a nightmare over there. So the question is Trump conveying strength like Reagan did? We will outspend you, we will outlast you, we will bury you. Or is he conveying to Putin, as I think he is, we can't afford to defend Europe anymore. So let's make a deal so we can go focus on China. He wants to defuse the U.S.-Russia antagonism and focus on the real potential rising enemy, and that's China. That's my analysis of it. Maybe I'm completely wrong.
I have a question for Abby. Emperor, do you want to say more than that?
Yeah, just quickly, I agree with Norma. Just for context, I counted the rounds of negotiations with Russia various times, and I counted at least 11 already.
For which agreement?
Oh, but not with Trump. You're talking about...
Well, it includes the United States. Most of them includes United States blessing, shuttle diplomacy between Bennett, Putin, Scholz, Zelensky, Trump, Putin phone calls.
Just on this point, Emperor, on this, you're talking about just in context on this issue or
on this issue?
In his entire time in, okay, got it.
This entire time, Istanbul's second round, Russia, Ukraine. The 30 days ceasefire memorandum presented by the United States and the talks around that. I'm counting.
That was Biden, though. Is that fair?
No, this is Trump.
I'm sorry, I must have misheard then. I thought you said Biden.
No,
I'm going to do some research. I'd like to see a table and timeline.
The 30 days ceasefire memorandum is Trump. The U.S. brokered Moscow Kyoto delegation is Trump. The Trump-Putin phone call on the U.S. initiative on agreement to launch talks February 2025 is Trump. The Istanbul second round of Ukraine is Trump. Like, there has been a lot of this stuff, right? Like, and I get it, it takes time. My point is, just didn't start today. They have been doing this, and it's been unsuccessful. So the trend line is not good, but as Norma said, I would be happy like it works out.
Yeah, but we could have said that with Reagan too, in the different talks too, that it didn't look good. I guess that's the point. We could go with any treaty as you negotiate it, how long it takes to go through the process. And when you're in the middle of it, I mean, those of us that deal in negotiation, we could tell you that you have the people on either side saying this doesn't look good, and then boom, it happens.
Well, yeah, as Trump said, there is no deal until there is a deal. I agree with that. But I think we still can comment on the progression, success as it's happened. We don't have to sit and wait. My primary criticism is that Trump has moved from his electoral campaign position, right, which treated Ukraine as the party that is not negotiating, to complete basically reversal to something like a Biden position. Like, there is not much of a daylight between Biden position and Trump position today on Ukraine.
Okay, I asked Rob, and you can be critical. I asked Rob, times Putin and Trump have met over the last 10 years.
Oh, they haven't met. Rounds of negotiations.
Oh, you're talking about a phone call?
No, I'm not talking about phone call, like talk initiatives and talks, right? Like, so for example, Kremlin.
No, when you said phone call, when you were reading them all,
Right.
Well, one of them was a phone call on initiation of a U.S. initiative, like phone call plus some type of a proposal, right? So it would count as a round of negotiation. Like a phone call without that.
See, I don't know if I would agree with that, but you can make the point.
Well, okay, but like we have to consider that Putin himself doesn't travel like at all. He doesn't travel to Ankara. He doesn't travel to any of these negotiation rounds whatsoever, right? Like, so there have been many meetings in Istanbul. I think under Trump there was one meeting, right? And recent, the June 2025, right? Istanbul, that would be Istanbul's second round negotiations, which was kind of sponsored by the United States, right? Then before that, there was Kremlin's 30 days ceasefire memorandum presented to the United States that would be a round of negotiations. There have been many rounds.
Okay. Abby, my question to you is, a few members of the stage have expressed extreme disappointment at the lack of information coming out after the talks. Did you have high expectations? What's your feedback on what we've heard after the end of the meeting?
I did not have high expectations, number one. Number two, it's kind of the point that Roger was saying. I think it was Roger said this, like, some things I don't think we should know it yet. Like, not everything's transparent when you're in this process. And no, I didn't have it.
Abby, you went into the matrix. I think it was Brenda was saying that, but I think Roger also said that in some way, shape, or form. But I don't know quote. I know Brendan was saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that. So I did not expect to hear a lot from this. So I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority.
Well, Abby, wouldn't you agree that what Trump and Putin talked about still has to go to Zelensky's desk to be discussed?
Yeah, of course.
It's a deal in process being brokered, right? Yes.
It's a deal. I mean, I lived. I lived through Camp David Accords, and I lived through the process and of Begin and Sadat back and forth till that finally happened. I mean, it just and there's posturing between the parties. Have you guys never been part of a mediation? And the clients are in one room and the other clients are in another room, and you go back and forth, and you can do that for quite some time, posturing back and forth till you eventually can iron out an agreement. I mean, it's a process. To me, this is just part of a mediation.
I would say in the norm of things, and what I'm hearing is true. But I think for some time, most have been observing and watching the demeanor, how Trump reacts. He always kind of softens up his target prior to them getting there, tenderize them a little bit. And then when they get there, there's always something that you can take away from it. And what that may be is whatever the listener or the person who's observing takes away. Wow, did you see what he said? Or did you hear what he said? You hear what this one said? And in this one, it's like, okay, they're both at eye level. And now I think it's just seeing if he's really doing what you all are saying as far as, diplomatic negotiations, trying to be that in-between piece, or will we see in the next round when, he comes back, being who he is with others.
All right, so let me ask you something. Do you think your expectation is or to the room, because he brokered the deal with it might be the India and Pakistan that was very quick, or the one in Africa that just got brokered and was done quickly, and also the ceasefire that Israel entered into with Iran. Do you think that the expectation is, well, those other ones happen pretty quick, that this one should? Is that where this is coming from?
India, Pakistan had nothing to do with Trump. The Rwanda, Congo deal has been ongoing through bipartisan administrations.
For how long? How long was that ongoing?
Maybe more than a decade.
The negotiation has been going on. The U.S.
Can I answer that when he's done, Abby?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, when Emperor's done. I'm sorry, Emperor, go ahead.
Yeah, the India, Pakistan had nothing to do with Trump. They both said, this has really nothing to do with Trump. The Rwanda, Congo negotiations have been going on for, I think, close to a decade, maybe more, bipartisan through U.S. administration. It's still credit to Trump that he finalized it. It's great, but it's been going on forever.
Okay, Abby, and by the way, your PTR is fucking awesome. Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry, I need to refresh.
My question is, do we have an expectation with this? Because in the short time he's been in office, we have now seen a peace agreement coming out of India and Pakistan. We saw a peace agreement coming out of Africa, and we saw a ceasefire happen very quickly after 13 days with Israel and Iran. So do we have this expectation that this is going to be immediate or overnight because he scored those three already? That was my question.
Hang on one.
I'll quickly answer that. I think I'm not judging on that stuff. I'm judging him by his own setting of expectation. He said, right, that there would be X days, and within X days, if Putin doesn't agree to a ceasefire, I'm going to sanction it. Right, those X days run out 2 days ago, so we get the Alaska deal. So he's setting kind of the bad expectations. It's not happening, and it's not happening like beginning from, and I agree with Mojo on like campaign stuff, right? Okay, excluding the campaign stuff, from the beginning of an administration, there is this recurring kind of thing where he really sets bad expectation of what's going to happen and keeps backtracking on them, just like he backtracked now with the summit.
Okay, so the question is, Abby, I think your question is, because this policies and things that happen have been kind of consistent, can we expect more of the same? Is that basically what your question is?
Yeah, I mean, that's three peace agreements and...
Yeah. And I would say no, because Trump is a fucking idiot and in my opinion, a psychopath. You don't know what Trump is going to do or say 1 minute to the next. I mean, he illegally and unconstitutionally bombed a sovereign nation without an imminent threat, approval of Congress, or declaration of war.
Trump, you need it, Mike, did he?
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. Without imminent threat.
There was absolutely
no, there was not. What was the imminent threat?
The imminent threat from Iran?
Yeah, tell me. What was it? Imminent threat as in we think
they had threshold capacity.
Yeah, they had threshold capacity is not a nuclear weapon. Yeah, that's not an imminent threat.
Whoa. Are we talking about Iran? We can get into that if you want to talk about the delivery capability and what...
I'm just saying, we're not talking about...
was telling us.
Look, right. The IMEA, the literal regulation force that literally exists to investigate this, said, no, they don't have nuclear weapons.
Mike, when was the last declaration of war?
Hey, Mike. Abby, just a second. My hearing is okay. If we could just go down, just thank you so
you're
much.
right. I apologize.
Mike, when was the last declaration of war in the United States?
The entire point I'm trying to make
was the last declaration
is that that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
What you said.
You can get
without a declaration. I asked you when.
Hang on. Without a declaration of war by Congress. Without notifying the president can bomb a sovereign nation if there's an imminent threat, but they have to notify Congress 48 hours before the action. Okay? Only if, this is where the War Powers Act comes in, if and only if there's an imminent threat. Simply enriching uranium is not an imminent threat to life, safety, or security. If that is an imminent threat, we need to glass half the planet.
And what about the 26,000 bombs and drone strikes that Obama did? I hate to do the whataboutism.
Yeah, well, that's all that is.
That's under AUMF authorized by...
That's all that is. What about it? What about that? Oh, so somebody else did something unconstitutional, so Trump gets a pass. But it's okay because it's your guy in a seat.
It's been the policy of our president. From Clinton.
This guy's wrong. Abby, this guy's wrong. All the president has to do is notify Congress 48 hours after the action. He doesn't necessarily have to go through, and he has to just put it to the Gang of 8. He doesn't have to notify full of Congress. The AMF has a lot of carve-outs.
You've been watching too many movies,
so
bro.
this guy is a blowhard and a bullshit.
You've been watching too many movies. You don't know political at all.
You know, I don't
Really,
know.
I don't. But I'm in and I work in it. It
Congress
sounds like
who's
you
a
don't
Democrat
actually know
who
what you're
agreed
fucking
with it.
talking about.
I sat with my member of Congress who's a Democrat who agreed with what he did. So, you know, you're just mischaracterizing this. And it's been our policy with our presidents. Since World War II, we have not had a declaration of war. There was not an obligation. Our intelligence told us where they were, what the threat was, and they made a decision based on our intelligence and based on where they were in their proliferation. End of story. Keep going.
And as we will do again.
Hopefully.
He's probably gone because, again, he got packed up and realized that other people knew what the fuck they were talking about, and Rachel Maddow doesn't get to rule the fucking day with her feelings.
But I still
Brad, you're right. I mean, it's after, not before. And if I'm not mistaken, that came in place because of what Nixon did, correct?
It did come in place. In 73, it became the policy, if I'm right, after Vietnam.
Yeah. So they can do what they want to do, and then they can go ahead and bring it to their attention.
Yeah, and it's a whole variety of ways that they can notify Congress. I don't agree with it. I don't actually like it a little bit. I get some of the strategic and imminent threat strikes, but what that guy was sitting on stage and fucking bloviated on, it's clearly he never even read the baseline documentation for it. So, I don't know. Abby's correct on this one. You don't have to notify 48 hours prior to your imminent attack. If that was the case, we'd have a whole lot of fucking problems going back through to a lot of presidencies and a lot of Congress being absent in their duties to invoke and make sure that that was being followed. Because quite frankly, every single administration broke the law then.
So I just want to go back to my question on the topic that we were on. If anyone wants to jump in on that, and I didn't know how long these. I thought India and Pakistan that just erupted and ended, and I really thought Trump did have involvement with that. So I guess I've been corrected on that one, unless someone else has more info on it.
I think he tried to take credit for it. It was bound to happen. He got a little bit mixed, and then wanted to claim it was his deal.
And then in Africa?
The Congo Rwanda has been going on for a lot of long.
He's blaming him. Oh! The Turkish road guy.
But on I agree on domestic authority, although some people might disagree and have legal arguments. The president contends that Article 2 of the Constitution allows limited use of force, but that's not the only thing that binds U.S. presidents, right? There's also international law, which under the U.S. Constitution is quote-unquote law of the land, specifically UN Charter. And the type of... Yeah.
Yeah, we're not bound and beholden by the UN Charter nor the Geneva Conventions. We don't actually recognize.
Your Constitution says that you are.
No, it doesn't. There is actually no article in the Constitution that says we recognize an international body above any U.S. citizen. It just doesn't.
Well, you don't. It's not about international bodies. It's about stuff that you ratify in Congress, like international treaties, like the UN Charter, right? So the UN Charter is ratified by the United States, which makes the United States bound by the UN Charter. Which
the United States is not bound by the UN Charter. We just don't.
Are you arguing that the United States is a rogue nation and is illegal?
They're not. Listen, hold on. Listen. Brad's correct here. I think that there is an international expectation that we would abide by it, but we are not a signatory to it.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that the U.S. is not signatory to UN Charter?
To the Geneva Convention.
Well, you are a signatory to the Geneva Convention, but we're not the convention.
We don't give a shit about it.
We don't recognize world court or any world authority above us or any governing body above us. We will not recognize.
I'm talking about a specific thing. I'm talking about the UN Charter. Are Are you saying that
The UN Charter does not matter to the Constitution, to an American citizen, nor any political structure that the UN.
There's nothing in
do
the
not-
Constitution that talks about the United
Do
Nations.
you want me to start?
Whatsoever.
Let me open the U.S. Constitution. Give me a second.
Yeah, tell me
no-
the article and clause.
He's talking about Senate's ability to ratify treaties in Congress, and he's
Let-
going to try to make
let's-
the jump.
Let's let him pull it up, and then let him make his argument, and then people can reply to it.
want to hear this too. But in all fairness to everybody on the stage, the United States does not recognize any world court. We will not recognize any world court. We do not recognize the UN as a governing body over the United States, nor will we subject any American to be labeled or subjected to any UN governing body or any other foreign body to rule an American citizen. We do not recognize that.
100% right, Brad. 100% right.
So let's find the site from the Constitution. By the way, my
Article
favorite
6.
constitutional amendment is the 21st. I just want to say that.
Known as Supremacy Clause states that duly ratified treaties like federal statutes and the Constitution itself are part of the supreme law of the land, binding state courts even when state laws conflict, right? All treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. So specifically, that's the Constitution. So specifically, the United States ratified the United Nations Charter when the Senate approved it 1892 in July 28, 1945, making U.S. the first major power to join the new organization. So yes, the UN Charter is the quote-unquote law of the land.
So again, you actually misinterpreted literally everything you just read. The UN
Find
Charter
me, find me an authoritative lawyer that says that UN.
there's a lawyer on fucking stage right now who actually
Abby?
discusses it.
Yeah,
The Constitution.
but Brad's doing a great job, but I'm happy to jump in, but Brad, go for it, because you can just...
Yeah, you don't even understand how our Senate works. It's like, this is the problem with a lot of foreign people. We do not. There is nowhere, even in the UN Charter itself, the UN picked and chose what it was going to agree to with certain world leaders. The NATO Charter, the U.S. picked and chose what it was going to agree to in the treaties. We determined how that was going to work. Everybody bows beneath us. We do not recognize the UN as a controlling authority. This is why the President of the United States determines what the UN can and cannot fucking do. That, like, I'm kind of confused.
President, it's a legal
But the article you just read out of the Constitution, there was a little thing that you think, well, this is the UN is the supreme ruling body. Again, it's even stated in the United States in their agreement of the UN and NATO and everybody else. We do not recognize any world authority. We do not recognize any world court, and we do not recognize any other governing body outside of our own. There are plenty of nations who do that. Russia is one of them. India is one of them. China is one of them. There's a lot of countries that will say we'll participate in the UN, but you do not get to govern us. This idea that the UN has power does not do it.
Talking about, Brad, I'm sorry.
Oh,
UN Charter
Jesus
is not
Christ.
about governing countries. UN Charter, I have no idea what you're talking about, actually. I was just arguing that the UN Charter, which the United States voluntarily ratified, I gave it the date, right, in the Senate, Congress, right, is a founding member of the United Nations, and according to the U.S. Constitution, it makes the UN Charter.
Nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does an American have to owe allegiance to the United fucking Nations. Fuck the UN, fuck your country, fuck every other country but the USA.
Are you okay, Brad?
No, I don't really fucking, I hate people like you who come in. No, I tell you what, take your United Nations fucking army, you know, the motherfuckers that like to shoot American soldiers in the back when we have to go, like win a war. No, yeah, I am. You know how, like, these red blue attacks happen? You get the blue little fucking UN fuckers who like to shoot American men and women in the back, like this fucking cock monkey, who like to shoot us and then take pot shots and then say, oh, you got to listen to us. Fuck your UN. We would destroy your UN in a heartbeat. And this is why I advocate for separating from the UN, because of idiots like you.
Okay,
You
well,
prove my point.
separated. You're currently not separated, which makes the UN Charter supreme law of the land according
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, come on, man.
Find me
Go
an
ahead, I've got
authoritative
co-counsel here, this
lawyer.
is great, go
Find
ahead.
me a consensus opinion of United States lawyers that say that the UN Charter is not law of the land. Give me an authoritative consensus opinion on this.
All right, let me just say something. You show me where in the Constitution, which is the law of the land, it relinquishes you show me where in the Constitution it says we relinquish the law of the land to a foreign body. Show me where it says
I'm not arguing that you have relinquished anything to the UN. I'm arguing that the United
This is why we
States-
should just like basically bomb these fucking Middle Eastern guys until the turbans fucking disappear and that people can actually live in peace. Like fuck this Muhammad prophet wannabe.
All right, guys, hold on. Listen, we could do this a couple of ways. One of the ways that I would love to do it is let's do three things, and these are all supported with the rules of the House. Number one, let's stay on topic. Number two, let's keep our shares short. And number four, let's go ahead. Actually, I'm saying them wrong. It's 3, 4, and 5. Stay on topic, keep your shares short, and don't interrupt. If we do those three things, I think we could be good with the other rules as well. But let's try to keep those in mind. Shares short, no interruptions, stay on topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll restate my position because I think people are hearing something else from what I'm saying. I didn't say that the United States relinquished its land to the United Nations. All I said that, according to the U.S. Constitution, right, Article 6, Clause 2, known as Supremacy Clause, states that duly ratified treaties like federal statutes, etc., right, are itself part of the supreme law of the land, binding state courts, even when state laws are.
But what is the treaty? You're missing
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll say
the
it.
point.
The
What
treaty
is the treaty that we
Yeah, the
have
treaty-
with the United Nations is not a treaty to
Yes.
have to abide by all of the.
Hold on, everyone. Look, yeah, we're doing the talking over each other again. I just want to read something that I looked up here. So, a couple of things. Treaty status. The UN Charter is a treaty that the U.S. ratified in 1945 under the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Treaties are part of the supreme law of the land only if they are self-executing, being directly enforceable, or if Congress passes implementing legislation. That's point one. Point two, limits. The Supreme Court has made clear that no treaty, including the UN Charter, can override the Constitution. If there's a conflict, the Constitution wins. That was an important one, so hopefully you drunk that in. Number 3, practical effect. Many provisions of the UN Charter are broad statements of principle, not self-executing law. So they don't create enforceable rights or obligations in U.S. courts unless Congress enacts domestic laws to implement them. So those are the facts. If anybody wants to dispute those, happy to have that conversation.
Okay, so I'm not talking about non-self-executing clauses. Non-self-executing clauses like the ICJ, Brad is correct on that, like the International Court of Justice. United States has a clause on the non-self-executing parts of the UN Charter and other treaties, right? That's why it doesn't automatically accept the jurisdiction of International Court of Justice. So Brad is correct on that, right? But other self-executing parts of the UN Charter, like this previous conversation was right of self-defense, are self-executing, right? That's why when United States ambassador to UN goes to United Nations, they open their Security Council hearings reaffirming, right, that they are bound by the UN Charter, right? So, yeah, Boulder introduced some nuance in there. I agree with you on the self-execution and non-self-execution. I agree that under the structure of U.S. law, the Constitution is supreme domestic authority. In international law, the Constitution is not necessarily the supreme authority, but anyway, that's not part of this discussion. We can talk about
how do we withhold the funding? How have we been, since we have the right in the United States at our discretion to, with we disagree with something from the UN, to withhold and condition funding to UN entities or any activities that we have policy disagreements. If we had this obligation that was a supreme obligation to uphold everything the UN does, then how have we been able
You don't have this obligation.
We have a specific treaty that enables us to not.
Treaty doesn't say that you have to uphold.
To not.
Why can't she finish her fucking statement?
Wait a minute.
Why can't she
Wait a
finish her
minute.
fucking
If
statement?
we're not going to interrupt you, sir, we're going to let Abby speak without interruption too, right? That's equality, huh?
I apologize.
Also, so you understand, we can pick and choose, which we did, and we can choose to be obligated with human rights, but we can also choose to walk away from the UN if we have disagreements with their positions, which, if you remember, under Ambassador Haley, she walked away from several different positions the UN was doing when she was in. Also, we have Congress that is very significant in how we deal with the UN, and Congress can limit or withhold the same funding that I'm talking about if the members of Congress think that the UN is doing something inappropriate, which is what we're seeing when the UN was supporting UNRWA, and it was supporting, and it had Hamas operatives working for the UN and working in UNRWA, and we saw that, and we withheld funding for UNRWA, specifically because the UN was doing something that was fundamentally against the policies of the United States. Also, our president can enter into agreements other than Congress to limit the funding and to limit, without having any ratification from the Senate, our president can make those determinations. Our president puts the ambassador in there. I mean, there's so many outs from this. It is not the supreme law of the United States whatsoever, and you're miscalculating it by trying to say that this kicks in through the supremacy clause. It just doesn't. It's not how it works.
Abby, and I don't know if it's, I just got here, but I don't know if it's material to the conversation, but the U.S. is not a party to the ICC.
This is not material to the conversation.
That's correct. We're not.
Yeah, ICC has nothing to do with UN. So, Abby, the UN requires members to pay the dues. The expenses of the organization shall be borne by the members as portioned by the General Assembly. This does not include, this is just for the functioning of the UN, right? Functioning of the UN does not include UNICEF, UNDP, UNRWA, and all of those things that the United States has withhold funding, etc. Those things are voluntary. UN Charter has nothing to do with UNRWA. Nothing whatsoever.
You're saying the UN, who has under the UN banner UNRWA, you're now saying that they don't, because I just told you that they were supporting Hamas and that they had UN operatives in Hamas, or Hamas operatives in the UN. So now all of a sudden the UN doesn't have a connection.
Are we having a legal argument or not? Legally,
no,
right?
Legally, we don't have a legal obligation to have to comply with what the UN votes on. We can choose not to. We have that discretion. That's how we entered into our
UN
treaty.
doesn't.
We can also stop funding it, which is a big push that's happening now.
Abby, I'm sorry. There are many votes in the UN, right? Like there are 10,000 commissions and voters. Now, what do you need? If you're saying
They
that
don't matter to the U.S. It does not matter.
Can we have one mic on Emperor,
Are you
please?
saying that the United Nations Security Council, on which the winners of the World War II sit, that according to the UN Charter, right, creates binding legislation, if they so choose to, does not have any authority in international law, and the United States is not bound by it, you'll be wrong. If you're saying that about...
That's incorrect again.
I'm speaking. If you're talking about that, about General Assembly, then you will be correct. If you're talking about Human Rights Council votes, you would be correct. There are many votes in the UN. Some of those things are binding. like the Security Council resolutions, right? Security Council resolutions create binding law. According to the Charter, it is not false.
It is absolutely false.
This is like basics of international.
No, it's not. It's false.
Okay.
You're fucking lying.
You can yell about it.
Again, if it was so binding, why is Russia still trading oil despite the sanctions? How is North Korea doing it? How about all the fucking sanctions from the Security Council on Pakistan not getting fucking nuclear weapons? Guess what? That was fucking violated. What about the developments in Iran? How about the funding for terrorist groups around an organization catching? How about your fucking ammo junkie, fucking terrorist bombing fucking self fucking people, getting fucking all sorts of Security Council measures against it, and still fucking violating them? Again, they're not binding laws by countries. The UN has absolutely no power. It is feckless, spineless, and filled with a bunch of fucking pussies, if ever I've met one. Like, it is literally the dumbest organization in the world, because guess what? It contradicts itself, and all the countries don't fucking follow through. Israel doesn't have to follow them, the same way Saudi Arabia has been ruled upon, didn't have to follow them. Fucking Europe doesn't even follow its own fucking edicts when it tries to fucking impose those binding things there. Fuck the UN. Fuck you fucking blue helmets. I wish somebody would fucking nuke that fucking entity. Because quite frankly, I'm tired of American soldiers having to bail out your country.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on. Everyone, hold on. Listen, let's get back to the shares short, no interruptions. I don't mind the profanity. We have no rules against it. Call me weird. I kind of like the rants that get animated. I kind of like them. All I would request is that we make sure that we just be a little more succinct, and then pass the mic to other people for response. I want to see the back and forth, the volley and the serve.
Could I ask Gabby a question? Quick question.
Well, first of all, I want to ask if Brad was complete, and I know that Emperor wanted to respond. Brad, are you complete?
No, we are not binding to this fucking faux organization that does more harm than good. And as someone who's, and I'm sure there's other veterans on this stage who can attest to this, we're well fucking aware of the blue on green fucking attacks from you fucking retards that want to fucking claim UN sanctions and we have an imperialistic thing. Because we're aware of our brothers and sisters who've been shot at by cock monkeys like you. And as far as you towelheads fucking preaching about the UN, I don't give a flying fuck. I hope you guys fucking figure out that the suicide vests don't fucking work after you try them. Because I'm quite sick and tired of you guys trying to use the UN as a shield against the US and you being able to circumvent it.
All right. Well, hold on, Emperor. I'm going to just clear the deck for you. I just want to let everyone know Emperor is going to respond, and if he says something that somebody disagrees with, go ahead and write it down. You'll get a chance to respond, but we're going to let Emperor speak, and then I know Jules wants to go. So we're going to have a little bit of a queue, a little mini queue, not a full queue, just a mini queue. Emperor's going to go uninterrupted, then we're going to go to Jules, and then we'll just pop it back around. And I do want to make space for people that I know are a little less likely to, punch their way in. There's some introverts that are on the stage that want to speak. I know this. So let's try to find a space for them. But Emperor, go ahead, followed by Jules. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first, Brad, if you're going to bomb the United Nations, I don't know if you know that, but the headquarters of the United Nations are in New York. To the point of whether UN Security Council resolutions can create legally binding obligations on every UN member state, the legal basis of it would be Article 25 of the UN Charter. Members agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council. Again, reminding you that the UN Charter itself is ratified by the United States and signed into law. And as Mojo rightfully introduced nuance, that is still the law of the land. And the Security Council legal obligations would be self-executing.
Again, there's no enforcement ability. What are they going to do?
Abby,
A different argument.
let me ask you a question, Abby. I don't think that the UN is a treaty. That's where I'm coming from. I was in the tax field. I was an international tax examiner. We had treaties with certain countries. When we had a treaty with a certain country, the treaty took over our laws. We had to abide by the treaty. But that was a treaty with a specific country, not a United Nations. Like we had a treaty with the UK, for example, that interest expense would be done under certain formula with the US-UK treaty. Okay? Not under normal circumstances. The interest expense you pay is what you deduct. We have to follow the treaty. Now, of course, when there's a treaty, there could be disagreements within the treaty. I mean, we could be fighting with another country. I don't want to use the term fighting. We have a disagreement, and we have to take it to courts or go up to higher authority, and it can go on forever, which is the right way to do something. Now, my question to you, Abby, is the United Nations, I think he's wrong that the United Nations is a treaty. What do you say, Abby?
What I was trying to say before, we entered into a treaty, it is on certain provisions of the United Nations. There are certain treaties that, like, let me give you an example. We entered into the civil, it's the covenant, let me try the initials, the covenant on civil and political rights, and we're bound to that because we entered into that particular aspect of what the UN treaty was. But still, there's no enforcement ability of the UN. It's an outline. I put this in the chat. Framework for the international community to cooperate, but the UN doesn't create laws at all. I mean,
that's right.
So you have to look at it that way. We have made an agreement with certain aspects of what they do, but we specifically carved out that they don't have supreme power over our legal system. If we want to enter into an international treaty on a specific area, we have, but not generally everything the UN does. It's not how we entered into the United Nations in the beginning. So I think the word treaty is throwing people off as you're seeing it. I don't know.
Right. Well, I would say this, that the UN Charter is a treaty, but the treaty results in how it's organized, and we agreed to the organization of it. But we didn't agree to any kind of supremacy in it.
Again, the treaty itself says that, for example, Security Council resolution, right, Article 25, agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council, right? Now, the U.S. has a veto on the Security Council, so it can guard against any action that are aimed against U.S. interests, right? But it doesn't mean that legally Security Council resolutions, if they're awarded in a legally binding matter, are not binding on the United States if that resolution came to pass.
Could I ask a simple question? Or maybe try to see, because I understand you all have a in-depth, and I'm trying to learn something. So if I listen to, I've heard the word binding and different things, or not enforced. So if I put it in the perspective of like a speed, like here in America, speed limit. A lot of us break it, but if they pull you over, you can pay a penalty. Is that the treaty and the UN type situation?
No.
What I'm saying
No.
that if you break it, nothing's going to happen to you, right?
This is like you jaywalking in fucking France. That's the extent of it. It's akin to that. Maybe you get punished, but I doubt it because it's fucking Paris, and let's be honest, it's the French. No one expects much out of the French. So overall, like, again, it's irrelevant. They have no say. It's like, so here, take this. I will say this. England is full of pussy wanked fucking bitches. That they are feckless, they're colonizers, they're horrible people. They don't, like, I think we should have, like, continued and invaded England again. after the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. I think we should have conquered England. I think many nations should conquer England and make them slaves for 1,000 years. And I hate England. I think the Queen is better off buried in the ground, and thank God Lizzie's in a box along with Princess Diana. I hate all of them. So now, according to English law, I can be prosecuted because that's hate speech against the crown. It's hate speech against their government. It's hate speech against the country. They have laws against me targeting their own people. You know what? Good fucking luck, England. Come try it, because the United States will not tolerate you trying to enforce your crime laws in our own land. We are not responsible to the United Nations or any other nation. And secondly, we carry the biggest stick. We have the biggest weapons. We have the best weapons. We have the better fucking everything around. So again, the rest of the world is kind of like, well, we wish you wouldn't do it. And the UN does not have any legal binding or power over anybody in the United States without going through the president and our own Congress. And Congress and the president are really strict about that shit. So are the courts. So they don't let them.
Real quick, could I ask Emperor?
That's what I was about to ask Abby. I think Brent's here.
Bren, why don't you co-counsel this with me? I gotta get dressed for something. Bren?
Yeah, I mean, was there a specific question? I've been listening.
He's been citing the Supremacy Clause, claiming that because the treaties were passed by the Senate, that it becomes the supreme law of our land, and it binds American citizens, and it binds us.
Didn't say citizens.
Yeah,
and we were explaining that when the UN was founded and what treaties we have with the UN, it's not, we haven't accepted.
I've specifically been talking about the UN Charter only.
Right. And we're saying we're not subject to the full UN Charter.
Plus the UN.
Yeah, so when the UN was founded, right, you have the UN Charter that was drafted. Every single member state that currently exists inside of the United Nations, whether you have, you're one of the five with the permanent veto power on the Security Council, or you're any of the lesser member states, you have agreed upon your membership or your entry, right, to the ratification process. And that process says that you are going to abide by, in entirety, the UN Charter as it is when you joined. So one of the things that's there is that the United States, the UK, China, Russia, essentially the founding member states, they agreed to the charter in entirety as it was drafted. Any amendment to that along the way, there's a perceived agreement and a perceived obligation of duty, but there really isn't an enforceable obligation. So as they have made adjustments to the basic UN Charter and the standard rules and provisions operating, if you're one of the original nations, you're only bound by the original rules. Now, when it comes to different decisions that the UN passes, right, the General Assembly passing a resolution means absolutely nothing for enforcement. It has no enforcement action, right? That resolution can then be pushed to the Security Council, and the Security Council is the enforcement end of the UN, right, which is the permanent members, including the US, including Russia, including China, including the UK, including France, that have veto power, right? Everybody else is not a permanent member in the way of veto standing. And so if a measure is passed in the General Assembly, it's a recommendation at best, right? It's an advisory of the opinion of the majority of the nations that are member states. It is not binding on anybody for action. The Security Council then meets on these things. And if a permanent member vetoes it, nobody's bound by that lower decision because it is not considered passed. So if we veto it, if Russia vetoes it, if China vetoes it, it is not a passed measure, and therefore it's not binding on anybody.
And the question isn't about binding. The question is, does it supersede U.S. law?
Well, there's a difference between U.S. law and international law, right? The U.S. is an entity, it's a sovereign nation state that has agreed to certain things. If the U.S. agrees to abide by an international standard, that doesn't make that a U.S. law, right? That means that the entity of the United States has said,
sure, we are willing to abide by that. That doesn't change the laws on the books in the United States. And so
that's not my question. That's not my question.
That's what you just asked. So perhaps you would do better at wording it more specific.
No, all right.
Literally what you just said.
Does it supersede U.S. law? For example,
here's the thing. I assumed you would be able to pull that answer out of what I just said to you, right? If they are not, if the United States is not bound by something, right? So if the United States says, hey, this is a General Assembly ruling, we are not going to veto it, it's now a Security Council ruling, this is now international law and expectation, right? That does nothing on affecting the United States internal legal system. So there is nothing to say that supersedes anything, right? They're two different things. It's like two cars parked in the same garage. The United States has its international obligations as it agrees to abide by them. Then it has its own ruling structure for inside of its own domestic border. Those are not the same thing. It's two handbooks, right? It's like having one set of rules for your house and one for your lake house. You may be involved in both of them, you may use both of them, but the rules are different. And so it depends on what are you talking about superseding. Because you're using two different sets of rules for two different implications. Inside of the United States, inside of its domestic sovereign territory, the U.S. is bound by its own rules. Engaging outside of its own territory, it's bound by international regulation that it's agreed to. Those are two very different things.
I think the Constitution was part of it. They have mentioned the Constitution. It impacts the U.S. Constitution.
Wait, Gary, can you allow Abby to respond to Brent?
He was trying to make the legal argument that via the Supremacy Clause, because a treaty is ratified, that becomes the supreme law of our land, and it binds us and our actions through the Supremacy Clause. So
the domain of international regulations.
Yeah, no, that's
it doesn't work.
Not at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has never issued a ruling. It's not been read that way in any way, shape, or form. Our laws do not change because of agreements we have made on the global stage. Our guidelines do not change because of those agreements.
You don't understand our
Can I get a word in?
Can I respond? We have one mic.
Well, I'd like to get a word in when I can.
Why don't the guy who makes the argument, what's your name? Why doesn't he respond to that?
Emperor. Brent, real quick for clarification, Brent, what is your title? Like, what is your job title, Brent?
So here's the thing, that most of this Brent knows. No, hold on. I'm okay with answering this. I'm okay with it. I sit on a federal bench within the United States federal judiciary. I'm not getting more specific than that due to documenting.
That's all we were looking for, Brent. Thank you.
Okay, I know Anson was trying to get in. Anson, or let the Emperor have some rebuttal, because Anson wants to get in the queue. Anson, Emperor, did you need to say anything?
Yeah, Kitover rebuttals have been fully written with Brent. I have never said that the Brent Charter governs domestic law. I have said that according to the U.S. Constitution, under the Supremacy Clause, under which the UN Charter was ratified, the treaty, here's the wording, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law to them. Now, that doesn't mean that overrules the Constitution, right? Or it's on equal ground with the Constitution. There are Supreme Court rulings on this stuff that Brent can talk about, but the UN Charter does not govern domestic issues of the United States. UN Charter governs international relations, right? And the things that UN Charter outlines as responsibilities of member states are not only the stuff that goes through Security Council, although that includes too, as Brent has discussed, right? Stuff like other responsibilities that are part of the UN Charter itself, right, is refrain from the threat of using of force, right? A prohibition of the crime of aggression, of attacking another state outside of self-defense, right? threats against states' territorial integrity or political independence, that's all stuff, right? Like, this is all international relations stuff. So yeah, those are obligations from the United States.
The Iraq War proves that we don't need it because the UN was against it, and the U.S. said, fuck it, we're going to invade it, and we went through in 2003. So if you finish talking, you can't, and you want everybody to do this one mic thing, but you can't shut your own fucking tie hole. So again, that whole level of respect. I know, I think you just need to shut up.
We're going to move on to Answer. Answer would like to speak. We're just going to move on to Answer. Go ahead, Answer.
Wow. I look at the poll, and I wonder, based on the results of the poll above, the quality of K-12 education. And then I think about the quality of discussion on Clubhouse. And I again say, wow, I'm complete.
Gary. Okay, so does Brad want to go? Does Brad have anything to say? Okay, go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, I didn't see the poll up there. I'm actually shocked, but okay, go ahead. Yeah, I don't really care that people can add anymore. I think a lot of people's points are just dumb. The supremacy clause in the United States, like the number of times that the U.S. has ignored the U.N. 2003, we invaded fucking Iraq, did we not? I recall that. In 2001, we went ahead and went full tilt and did Afghanistan. Despite the fact that the UN asked for a calm, measured approach and a consultation. And again, all the U.S. actions. We didn't give a flying fuck. And the U.S. tried to pass binding resolutions that we wouldn't invade everything. And the U.S. said, go ahead, try to enforce it. Nothing there. We aren't bound by any of these. Let's see. There's multiple times. We like the number of times the UN wanted to bind and tie up Israel, and the U.S. said, well, fuck you, go ahead, try it. We still send weapons over there. We still send financial aid, despite them wanting to, condemn and hold court and put Bibi Netanyahu in jail and hold him as a war criminal. I mean, holy shit. The withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. The UN wanted that binding. Trump pulled that out, so guess what? We didn't suffer any consequences. Again, there's no enforcement. The UN is a paper tiger. I don't care if it's located in New York City. You can put it in Beijing or like it's not going to fucking matter. The U.S. decides what it's going to do, when it's going to do it, and how it's going to do it.
William, could you mic up? William, please? What mic up?
Wow, okay. So again, we are not bound to anything with the UN, and at any point in time, we will and have multiple times ignored whatever the hell they want to, regardless of their wishes. If that was the case, the number of times we would have been in trouble, holy shit. Like, I can't believe people really think the UN is our governing body international. It's not. I land there.
Can I get in the lineup? I'll fix it, because there are murderers that evade law and are not prosecuted. That does not mean that law doesn't exist. I guess this is asking too much from Clubhouse, but there's a difference between normative conversation, right, and legal conversation, more specifically, and the actual existence and enforcement. If you ask me, enforcement powers of the UN is strong, I would say no, but that doesn't mean anything for the purposes of these conversations.
But it does, Emperor. The concept of enforcement in the law, we can get into the anatomy of law. Right.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah, there's also a lot of this confusion that the UN, I guess, the UN, the Paris Agreement has something to do with the UN, but not really. Like it's only the UN, which is like the conference thing. And that's all, right? Like the ICC, that under which you mentioned Israel, etc., there's very little to do with the UN. They have some reporting requirement to the UN. That's the extent that they have to do That's like a different body. You have some meme of the United Nations, right? We're talking about specific things. That's all.
Oh, hey, can I get in the queue?
Yeah, hold on. I think Abby wants to respond. Abby, did you want to respond to this group?
I let other people into it. I was just going to get philosophical with him about law, but let other people talk.
Go ahead, Rich.
Oh, Anson, I was just going to ask for clarification. You do realize it's 238 times 1,000, right? I was just checking.
Well, with my background in physics, STEM stuff, and teaching at school, I think I have a pretty good idea what the answer is. It's a very simple answer. Look at my comment in the chat, and I'll leave it at that.
Hold on, I just want to really quickly say, I normally don't do this, but Dawn of the Apocalypse, welcome to the month. Please join the house. I see you down there, sir. It's always a pleasure to see you pop in this room. I think you might like this room, Doc. So if you're so inclined, if you enjoy the conversation, please join them up. Okay. Next speaker, thank you.
Yeah, I want to say, Anson, yeah, your answer is wrong. I don't care what physics you know. I do appreciate your service. You did serve and you're a captain. My grandfather was retired as lieutenant colonel of the Crane War in Blue Sabre. So, and yeah, we're 32 successful missions.
Yeah, Sean, the reason I was asking that question was,
crazy answer.
Sean,
there's not 2.3 million.
Yeah, Sean, the reason I was asking the question is because we always hear boomers that'll be like, oh, these young kids, they don't know anything, they're uneducated, and they don't know math, and they don't know how to read, but then they go and ask like boomers, like, when was the Declaration of Independence signed, and they go, 1865? And it's like, the answer is 2.3 million, when it's clearly 238 times 1,000 is 238,000.
That's why Nancy Pelosi and older people should actually have, that's why we should have term limits.
It doesn't go completely off, Sean, but...
I figure it was a vision issue. Maybe
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're not going to go after him like that. You're not going to go after him like that.
You don't go after people saying they don't know their math. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care who the fuck you are. If you say something wrong, I'm going to call your shot.
Okay. Anson would like to respond. I keep saying, gentlemen, please, one mic. Anson would like to respond. Anson, go ahead. Anson, would you like to respond? I saw you were off mic. If not, we'll just give it back to Brad.
Basic math. 238,000. The 238 times is equal to 238,000. Now, if you want to argue with that result, I can't figure out how you can do it with simple frigging arithmetic.
Anson, you answered 2.3 million. Anson, you answered 2.3 million.
I said 238,000 times 10 to the third is 238 times 10 to the 1,000 is 230,000. If I mistyped it, I apologize.
That's what we're asking, Anson. That's why we're asking for clarification.
No, it's a simple fucking question. If we can't agree on that, all right.
That's why I was asking. Maybe you didn't see the comma or something. I thought you thought that it was 238,000 or 238 times 10,000. That's why I was like, well, you called us all dumb, but we all answered 238,000. But Anson answered 2,380,000. That's why we're asking.
United States is not dumb. That's because I'm a dumb old man.
No, I figured it was maybe you needed your glasses. That's all.
I can't believe that the stage erupted in chaos because he picked the wrong number in the poll. But okay, gentlemen.
Well, it was an interruption with a bad argument. That's all. So we had to respond. I mean, I don't care your age.
Hold on. Nobody's selected 23,800.
lot of you, I would trust Captain Anson, who's actually piloted a nuclear submarine beneath the waves fighting people, than a lot of you fucking waffles with your basic fucking computer that you went to figure out that fucking answer. Leave the man alone.
Thank you. That part. Leave the man alone. Jesus Christ. Like, for real. Y'all can't be serious right now.
Well, I'm just saying, let's put him back in his hut. He's going to get the damn wrong country with those numbers.
Remember when you were looking over,
Nye and Brad, you don't have to protect me. I can stand strong, and I won't hit the wrong fucking target with my submarine, because I'm 83 years old and I don't have a submarine to shoot from. God damn it!
Yeah, I just want to say we all answered correctly, except for Roger, which he only did it on purpose.
Okay, I'm gonna sit there and answer too. Oh, big trigger everybody. now everybody.
And I apologize for diverting from a rational discussion. I just got a little pissed. Sorry, shouldn't have done that.
Anson and I apologize for any disrespect. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I know I came across that way. My apologies to you. And I do appreciate you serving for us, and appreciate you wholeheartedly for mean it. Thank you.
And I was just busting your chops, Anson, that's all. You're a sailor, you should know that.
Well, I think that's all, I mean, it's all very humorous, and we'll come back to that. But I do think that the controversy between Abby and Emperor is really, it raises a hard question here, right? To what degree is unenforceable law the law of the land, and to what degree do we expect people to respect it? I mean, people get away with crimes. That's true. So just somebody getting away with a crime doesn't mean the law is not the law, or it doesn't matter. There are, though, laws which, broadly speaking, are not enforced, and I think Brad is right to bring that up. It's like if we say, in Texas, the speed limit, it says it's 70. But I tell you what, I get on the freeway, and it's 90 basically all the way to wherever I'm going. So I don't know we can really say that it's against the law to go 90 in this state. I mean, practically speaking, if you do it, nothing's going to happen to you. If somebody else does it, nothing's going to happen to them. So you kind of got to accept that it's something ordinary people do, and that's just part of understanding how the world works, really. Whereas like murder, okay, you murder people, probably you're in a lot of trouble. Okay, I'll be really honest with you. If you hit other cars with your car, well, that's not like speeding, and that's not gonna, be overlooked. So, right, I mean, there's a continuum here, but I could see the argument being that all these UN continuing resolutions are on the, the far, I guess, left end of that continuum, where they basically don't matter.
That's what I'm kind of gaining, is that it says membership, and I got a membership to a gym. I'm not forced to go. I should probably go more often, all that, but it's a membership. And if I don't go, there's nothing going to happen. But as you said, it's the speed limit, even though everybody may be going 90. If I get popped because I'm in a red car, sports car, and they decide to pull me over, there's a penalty to pay. So I'm kind of looking at it like, yeah, gym membership, speed limit ticket, I can get away with it unless I'm in the wrong wheel. And maybe somebody will just check it out and pull me over. But then I got to go to court. So, yeah, I'm just looking at membership. It seems like a gym membership is what I'm learning from the conversations.
There are obligations that we have as a nation when we enter into a treaty, and they're enforceable. And what he was trying to say, I think if I understand his argument, is under the Supremacy Clause, if something was ratified by the Senate, a treaty, then in fact we're bound by it. So which is true as a nation, we're bound by a treaty and the ramifications if we breach the treaty. But the UN doesn't have enforcement on us. And we were very careful as to what we were bound to, and we pick and choose what treaties and what obligations we want to enter into. And our Senate, which is, that will then ratify the decision, and our House can pass laws as well as our executive with respect to foreign policy that can reverse those obligations and can change the course in our foreign policy. So I'm still trying to understand where he's trying to go with this, because it's fluid, and we are not obligated to the whole UN Charter and all that it is advisory form. It is not something that we then pay, a penalty, or our country. I'm trying to understand what he thinks happens if we choose not to follow something that the UN votes on.
Even if a country one country makes a treaty with another, makes a promise to another, what is your condition on that? There's no enforcement, so
There is enforcement, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the UN. Not
We are, you're right.
the UN is here, hold on, I just want to understand if international law is a thing at all.
That's a whole other question, Daniel. I think we've talked about that in rooms, whether it is, and what's enforceable and how is it enforceable. If you went, in your Texas example, you still broke the law. You broke the law if you have a tail light out, even though they may not stop you for it for 20 years. But if they happen to stop you, you broke the law. So, that's specific, and there's enforcement as a result of it. They can enforce a penalty, whether it's a civil or a criminal one. The UN, it's more in an advisory role, but we have obligated ourselves to some treaties with respect to the UN, but not all, and not ones that would bind our nation.
From what you just said, some point, then it was like all offered to me, right? Can I talk? So, Abby, like on enforcement, I agree with you. I have never argued on anything on enforcement, right? I'm having a normative conversation. The United States has voluntarily accepted obligations enumerated under the UN Charter, right? Specifically self-executing parts of the UN Charter, which is most of it, right?
Not most of it. Not most of it. That's just enforcement.
It has conditioned, let me get to an agreement. It has conditioned ICJ, International Court of Justice, jurisdiction. So I would agree with you there. When this whole conversation started, right, because some other guy was on the stage arguing that the United States, by striking Iran, violated the Constitution. And I said, right, that the stuff that binds the United States is not only the Constitution and War Powers Act, which I don't think, well, I mean, there are disagreements on it, but in my reading of it, it doesn't seem that the United States has violated it. That's its domestic law. But the United States is also bound, right, by a self-executing clause of the UN Charter, specifically Article 2, which limits countries' abilities to go to war. So only legal way under the UN Charter, because it prohibits, because of World War II and everything else, right, it prohibits crime of aggression. So attacking another country is only legal under the UN Charter, which, again, the United States has accepted this condition, is only legal under the self-defense clause. And that self-defense clause is further restricted. Countries disagree on the interpretation of the self-defense clause. The consensus opinion in international law is that anticipatory self-defense, like the one that the United States argues in attacking Iran, is not a thing. The United States disagrees. I was only going to say that majority opinion in international law is that anticipatory self-defense is not a thing, because we don't want to do stuff like Russia does in Ukraine, because it also argued anticipatory self-defense when it launched the war against Ukraine, right? We don't want to do stuff like Hitler did when he invaded of Poland, because Hitler also argued anticipatory self-defense, right? So for a good reason, those things are prohibited under the UN Charter. The United States voluntarily accepted the UN Charter, which includes Article 2, which is self-executing. So it has obligations that it only can act in self-defense if in use of force. So it's valid to criticize that the United States is breaking the UN Charter and so on voluntary obligation, specifically Article 2, when it attacked Iran. This is
well, but then you have to define it so I don't get too legal with you, but you'd have to define your terms, and you'd have to define what a threat is. You'd have to define what war is. You'd have to define what's a valid threat. Certain intelligence and that's what I was trying to argue with him, that once the intel came back that it was threshold capacity, and the period of time before there was full proliferation was enough to feel the threat. What's interesting, by the way, in the last 48 hours, I read that they just discovered weapons of chemical weapons being shipped was either from the Houthis to Hezbollah or vice versa, and under the control of Iran. So the threats were not just nuclear. There's a lot of, I think the question is there enough intel for a nation to feel that they can invoke that right of self-defense? Or, and we can look at the Six-Day War as an example of it with Israel. Okay?
I mean, there are valid disagreements on this. What I offer you is...
Yes, no, I know them, but I stick by, you know, when you say, and you say it very eloquently, but all of those terms, all of those provisions that have to be the standard to meet in order to invoke the self-defense, all of those can be broken apart as to what justifies a threat. And what we could determine in our nation is a threat may be different than it's viewed in another nation.
Well, that's
right?
Okay, sure, and for you that might be satisfactory, right? But we're talking about international law. Those terms, as they are written, are interpreted by different lawyers differently. That's why I said consensus opinion in international law. Again, because we don't have a supreme authority, because again, ICJ was supposed to be supreme authority, but the United States does not accept the jurisdiction of ICJ, or rather condition the jurisdiction of ICJ. So we don't have a supreme authority of international law, and countries determine whether other countries' actions are legal or illegal for themselves, right? We don't have a monarch.
So let me ask you, do you think we should? Do you think one country that has certain morals and principles to be bound by another country's? I mean, I guess it's just a very philosophical question, but do you think there should be one supreme world law?
I think, I don't want to go that far, but I think if we're criticizing Russia's attack of Ukraine as illegal, right, then it opens the question of the standard, right? Because Russia also argues anticipatory self-defense, right? They were saying that Ukrainians are genociding Russian population or about to genocide Russian-speaking population. That's why they attacked. That's their anticipatory self-defense claim. I, along with the rest of the international community, reject the notions of anticipatory self-defense unless in extremely dire circumstances, which means immediate threat. And by immediate, and this is, again, this is consensus opinion. Immediate threat is attack. Attack is about to launch now, not in a week, not in a month, not in a, I don't know, some later date, but it is about to happen right now, right? That is the standard for immediacy.
Well, I don't know, is the Six-Day War going to happen that day? Is it going to happen within 3 days, 5 days? Do you think there was clearly a justification for Israel to strike when they did in 1967? So, I mean, what's an imminent threat? Can an imminent threat be the proliferation of a nuclear weapon and the capability to deliver it? So is that enough of an imminent threat? And also having your ships attacked by proxies and your troops attacked by proxies? You tell me, what's an imminent threat? Sorry, I'm going to have to, someone else is going to have to jump in, and I got to go to dinner. So,
Please will somebody else jump in.
Sorry, Anne, if it's disturbing.
I mean, this is like a particularly detailed issue, which we're not gonna. Then it's not food out of what is an imminent threat, right? But I think the broader concern here is that international law, has written a lot of checks it can't cash. No one who has the actual problem of considering an imminent threat is turning to international law to address that situation. They're on their own, and they know it. And there's many other areas where, you know, we would like for there to be law in this area. We would like there to be for there to be a court we could go to, but there isn't. And nations have to appeal to the court of war to sort things out. And I think here, the people who trust in international law trust too much, basically, and need to get real. And that's mostly Europe, to be totally honest.
I'm not European, I'm not American. I agree with you, but from other standpoints, I think they should, like we collectively, as people living, should learn from the lessons of World War II and strengthen international law, right? Because we don't want to end up in a situation pre-World War II and pre-League of Nations, although League of Nations was very flawed, right? Without any governance of these issues, so that everybody can attack everybody. That's not a good world to live in. So I think everyone has a vested interest to have good actors on the international stage that follows established rules. But the rules are imperfect, the institutions are imperfect, the laws are not necessarily perfect, right? And maybe they, as you have said, can't cash the check, right? There are too ambitious things, but that doesn't mean they normatively shouldn't be held to some, aspiration. So that would be my argument.
I also think we leave off a really important part of this discussion, which is the cultural effect. There's a lot that happens between not just the UN, but all these other organizations on a global stage that have things that occur outside the nation state that are beneficial to life. You would not want to have a world without it. You can improve it. You can take whatever's not cash in the check, as Emperor was just saying. But you're definitely a better off world with it than without it. And let's be clear, Jason, just to put it in context, like there is a field of law called international law that goes beyond the United Nations itself. And, there is standing that occurs from one nation's laws that propagate to another as well. I mean, is the judge still here to validate this, asking about it? There are precedents that end up, getting propagated from one country to another all the time. I mean, this had recently happened, with a group of old ladies in Switzerland that were able to successfully prosecute a lawsuit against their own government, the climate law, and it got used as precedent immediately in 4 or 5 other countries.
All right, are we ready for a new topic, ladies and gentlemen, or do we want to continue with the routine?
Look, let's try to be constructive. I would be happy to talk about something else. What are you doing? What are you doing over the weekend?
In particular, the conversation.
You're cutting in and out. You're cutting in and out. But yeah, like what are you guys doing over the weekend? Let's talk about that.
Nana, can you tell us about your room tomorrow afternoon in Access Hollywood?
Oh, wow. Yeah, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central, I have a house here for those like...
It's the day tomorrow.
Can you hear me, Charles? Can I come and drawing? Okay, cool. Yeah, I have a house on here. It is certainly not as thrilling and exciting as being in the muff. But we do talk about conspiracy.
No. They will argue and fight. Russia was fighting.
That's why everybody came in, by the way. That's why all those other folks came in. Because they all want to, sort this out. You know what I mean?
asking Brent about how much trouble Candace Owens is in, and choose the pooch comes to mind as one of the things that, like, where did that come from? Is that accurate? Shoot the pooch?
I'm not heard.
Meaning like he's in really big trouble? Where did I get that from? Alright, I'll stay corrected.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard that expression. It'll be interesting if she wins her lawsuit. I mean, if she wins, if she wins the case, if the proponent group. But anyway, Monica, you suggested perhaps a topic change. If there's no topic change, the mic is open if anybody wants to grab the mic if they have any thoughts.
Happens sometimes because, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you. I'm traveling in a different area. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I thought you weren't speaking. I didn't hear you. My bad.
Did you guys leave the Trump and Putin topic? Have you gone past that now from the original title?
We just circled back.
Yeah, no, if you want to, go ahead, Daniel.
Well, what the fuck was that? I mean, what exactly was that? Can anybody tell me?
Well, I think the speakers who were really passionate about that topic have left the stage. It sounded like to me, from what I gathered, it was a big nothing burger. I saw a quote on TV today that Trump said, the quote was, "There's no deal until there's a deal."
Yeah.
So, whatever that means.
And what about, did these guys talk about sort of the setup of it, the context of it, where it was, symbolism of it, any of that? Anybody talk about that?
I don't know. Scarlett, were you here for most of that conversation? I know Anson had a lot to say about it. I think Brad had a lot to say about it. But,
the vibe I got, Don, it was people were frustrated that there wasn't a signed thing at the end of the meeting. That was my impression. They were frustrated by the lack of information after a 4.5-hour meeting. But Sean was like, well, they only talked to half the party. So they have to wait for Zelensky and Ukraine to co-sign. So I like what there's no deal until there's a deal. That's good.
Well, if there is a deal, if there ends up being a deal, that will be good. There's something that was done in the context of just having the meeting that was a huge thing for Russia. And you can go to the Russian media to see how much they were dancing in the streets over it, so to speak. But Trump...
well, wait, can you tell us so we don't have to do research?
Basically, they love the fact that Putin was on the stage toe-to-toe with Trump, not with Zelensky, because it makes Zelensky secondary. Basically, what it does is it puts Russia and the U.S. sort of on the same plane, like back during the time of the USSR. And the former premier and president, I forget what the guy's name is, who arrived with him, actually wore something that said USSR on it. And he arrives to a red carpet, which to me is a split screen on how he had his meeting with Zelensky in the White House, where they never even had lunch kind of thing, and he dressed him down. And not only did he
Zelensky was dressed down.
Yeah. And not only was Putin formally received, whatever, let's say, try to make peace with him and all that, but he also traveled his beast on the way there, which everybody said, no big deal, they're just a couple of minutes together, and it's nice that they're being friendly and so on. That's a significant protocol. It's not a norm. Let's at least give the best benefit of the doubt we can give to it. And, when the entire event is over, they were supposed to have a meal together and didn't. That's a mystery. And secondly, Putin spoke first. And what Putin had to say to me was very significant. He said two things I saw. No, one, he took the time in a very small address to say that Trump said that he would not Trump said that there would not have been a war if he had been president, and he said he agreed with that. He looked straight at the camera and said that. So everybody who loves Trump and believes that there would not have been a war if he had been.
He did bring up El Caradino.
Just brought up that confirmation, number one. The second thing he did was he started off by talking about this sort of shared reality of the United States and Russia being so close together. You know, they're only 3 miles apart, and Alaska used to be owned by, and then talking about all the economic opportunities between them. But this is a peace summit. This is not about strengthening ties with the United States. This is a weird thing. Like, you can do one, you can do the other. You could argue you can do both. But this is if the thing says behind the peace summit, took no question, didn't carry on with the lunch or anything about Caradina. I don't know why you're interrupting me.
What you're saying isn't that important.
Isn't what?
Well, let Daniel finish his thought and then Jim will make it straight.
Okay, I'll just give my thing. But thank you, Monica. Anyway, this to me is very strange. Kabuki theater. I think that it is to draw attention away from other things they don't want talked about. That's fine, but there's no sense of creating any peace in the world without all three of them. And there's absolutely no peace possible unless they have an ironclad guarantee. And that ironclad guarantee has to basically be NATO, even if they don't call it NATO, so that he can never take any more land. And I can't see how they're going to pull that off. I can't see that being pulled off by a JFK, never mind a Donald Trump. I don't know how they're going to do it.
Thank you, Daniel. Al, did you want to say something, Al?
Well, I just wanted to make sure my friend El Caradino came up. I mean, this Trump is not nearly as important to me as what's happening to an ancestral homeland in Israel. Israel has the right to defend itself, and I think everyone should condemn Hamas as an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, quite frankly.
This is El Normo, who had to change his name to come on the app and wants to change the topic to his topic, obviously. But we were talking about Trump and Putin, so you'll just have to wait, El Normo.
Well, I said my piece. I appreciate it. Thank you for hearing me out.
Somebody in the chat said that you are a troll, basically, and a loser, and that you hate Jewish people.
Oh my Lord, the blasphemy and the libel and the slander.
El Normo? Wait, El Normo's Jewish.
Well, Normo's more than Jewish.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. How can someone be more than Jewish?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Maybe by being an ultra-Zionist, I guess.
What was the question, Monica?
Because El Normo's like a super-Zionist.
So if it's for Jew, is that more than Jewish?
Yeah.
That sounds disrespectful.
I wear that label track.
Well, actually, it is.
I wear it out there.
Wait a minute, why does he sound like El Normo, though? Because that is El Normo. Normo, why are you so hard
I'm not trolling. Why do you think I'm trolling? Zionism is inherent to Judaism. Anyone that doesn't agree is either a self-hating Jew or an anti-Semite.
Wait, so Monica, is this normal for real? Because
Yeah, it is. It is him.
Wow.
Okay, so this is not disrespectful, but it sounds like normal with extra Jew. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Well, multiculturalism for thee, but not for me.
That's funny.
I take that as a great compliment. Thank you, Scott.
You are a character.
Wow, craziness. This is craziness. Okay, popcorn style. Who wants to go next? Oh,
I think El Carabino has something to say.
Okay, go ahead, El Carabino.
Yeah, I just think Putin really is the only international voice for black people across the globe.
Did you break that down for us?
Blacks and gays, too, right?
I did a documentary called Driving While I'm Black. I won a award from the NAACP. I don't know if you guys are familiar with my documentary. Jews and blacks have had a great
Can
time.
you put a link in the chat for us?
Sure, of course. I'll put it.
That is actually real.
especially with the blacks. But go ahead.
The blacks. That's funny. Al, what do you think of the blacks?
They're my favorite subgroup in America. I just dropped a really cool documentary in the chat, by the way. It's on PBS, you can watch it. And yeah, we've been tied to them since the beginning of time. We share the same struggle. We've both been victims eternally. And we united on victimhood, trauma bonding. And we've been trauma bonding together since the beginning of time, and we'll continue to trauma bond together. And yeah, just really, my heart goes out to these people. They had it so bad in America. You know, with the racism, discrimination, Jim Crow, everything. You know, there's the systemic racism through the prison population. We see it in the numbers no lie. And we need to advocate for these people and bring about diversity, inclusion, and equity. We need to bring it back. We need to make these differences again. Otherwise, the country is going to go to garbage.
What about PBI in Israel?
No, not in Israel.
Well, why not?
Because it can't be a Jewish state. You know, we're just trolling. We're just trying to get over that stuff.
You know, Ann Coulter made the comment.
Critical now.
So Ann Coulter, I'm gonna ask Al or whoever was talking. Hey, tall lady. And I watched Ann Coulter's interview with the trigonometry guy today in the replay. And she made the point that Israel would never, and not anything scornful, but it would never have a Muslim leader. And everybody thinks that's right, because a Muslim leader in Israel would not meet the needs of the country or its citizens. And I thought that was an interesting observation.
Exactly. Why would we want that? That would really take away our ethno status. And it's obvious I support Ann Culture, whatever her name is. Yeah, she's a wise woman. She knows what she's talking about. And we need to stay 70% at least. And keep the Prime Minister, the Minister of Internal Security, the Minister of Finance, the Mossad chief, obviously, some Canada mountains, ruling everything up and tearing us apart from the middle.
It was a wonderful interview. She had an interesting take on Ukraine, and with Konstantin Kisin being Russian, there was some tense moments. And also, they just pushed her a little bit on her Vivek Ramaswamy stance about not wanting a first-generation Indian American as the president of the United States. So it was a really good interview. I quite enjoyed it. One of the funniest things she said, they asked about Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine and how Trump had promised that on day one, both of those terrible situations would be resolved. And she said, well, I don't know if you might have noticed or not, but Trump can be a little, can exaggerate a little bit. And I'm like, yeah, that's hyperbole in chief. Because Trump absolutely can exaggerate stuff.
It's not shit. It's not just exaggerate. He can't do shit that says he can't do that. That's just not just exaggeration to me.
Daniel, I understand that you're frustrated and distrustful, and you believe that he is taking America down the wrong path. I understand that. Welcome, tall lady, to the state.
You don't understand what I'm about it, or what I'm actually thinking or frustrated or thinking what you just summarized. I don't think he's taking down any damn direction. I don't think he even planned for that stuff.
Well, that's correct, because Putin asked for it.
Yeah. And granting it to him is a form of agreement that edifies Putin and his
Daniel,
Daniel, if I agree with you that Trump is really not a very great politician, would you agree with me that at least most of the country thinks that the candidate the Democrats proposed was demonstrably worse?
Yeah, the time that they took the vote, for sure. And then if we would go by that fact, which is a fact that I would absolutely agree with you on, we'd also look at the facts of where it is now too, and what the numbers show right now. Right?
Wait, what did the numbers show? Like, no, I'm serious. What did the numbers show?
I think he's got a 38 or 39% approval rating. He's got something over 65% of Republicans think that he's holding something back on and had a lot to do with, the whole Epstein thing. They're very worried about prices now rising. And that's amongst, even his own base. But even if you didn't include his base, he could possibly have won what he won without having persuaded independents. And he's in the toilet on independents. So if the numbers matter on the day of voting, they also matter now. Or they'll matter especially in the next election, okay?
So, if his numbers are so low, I would think you would be happier, but you don't seem happy, do you? Why?
Because I don't think the country is going in a good direction. I think it's going to cause a lot of damage. That's why I wouldn't be happy.
Almost like I said that 5 minutes ago, sir. I said you're not happy with the direction he's taking us in, and you said he's not taking us in any direction, and now you said you're not happy with the direction he's taking us in. It's a little inconsistent.
Let me clarify my communication so we don't feel like a prosecutor. Let me just clarify. By virtue of making no decision at all, I can end up having decisions made for me. There's a consequence to that, right? So when I say that he goes into such an important international, really as historically important as Munich was in 1938, I believe that was, but he goes into that with absolutely no preparation whatsoever, doing more dividing than unifying.
How do you know?
Can I comment? This is double.
Can I ask you, Daniel, if you don't mind asking, how do you know that Trump did not prepare for his meeting with Putin? And then after you reply, hand the mic to the double, please.
Sure. Generally, there are norms in making international meetings happen like this, particularly among the adversaries, which up to now Russia has been politically, historically, an adversary. There is more of a buildup when there's a sit-down for the proposition of an agreement, so that by the time they get there, they're simply signing what they've all worked out ahead of time. Now, you can say, oh, it's just his negotiation style, if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, to go in and try to work it out himself with Putin instead of going through the underlings and so on and so forth. But if that was the case, then he needs to really come out with something like that. We'll see if he does. Maybe he pulls a rabbit out of the hat.
Daniel, since you're a big supporter of the Now and the Democrats, they seem to be running somebody who is Muslim for a high office. Now, what is it about killing infidels that you think is inspiring? Can you just explain that to me?
But hold on, Benjamin. I did promise Double that he could have a
That's
turn
right.
of
We
mind.
should hear from Double, but I'll wait.
And I know, Benjamin, you've been very patient because you did speak earlier, and I don't know if your comment was addressed. So, Double, the mic is yours.
Hey, before you go, could I just say, man, I am so impressed with the results of the poll, man. There's some smart people in this room. I love it.
Okay, yeah. I just want to say this is like the second day. It's like 2 days later. Daniel still has full-blown TDS, and the other day recommended he needed treatment. Today we see it again. He's saying we hear him having cognitive dissonance. He's contradicting himself. He has all this negotiation going on with even just keeping his story straight. And he's obsessed with Donald Trump and supposed in confidence, but really it's just that level, he doesn't like, the person who's in power. He hopes that his preferred candidate, Vice President Harris, had won the election, and he's still in that, negotiation phase of the stages of Greece. He needs to get to acceptance, and he needs help.
Hi.
If I want to do a meeting on
Oh, you wanted to respond? Go ahead, and then we'll hear from Benjamin.
I was going to say real quick, if I walk into a meeting unprepared, it's because I know my shit and I don't have to prepare, and I have the upper hand, and I know it.
Again, time will tell, you're right.
And how do you negotiate and sign a deal when there's only two people at the table?
Well, that's the point. That's why Putin, I understood, said a deal has been made, and then I think Trump replied with, "There's no deal until it's signed." So there is a little inconsistency, but we'll see. Zelensky is not in a position of power. I don't know why people think he's got anything.
Do you know any Ukrainians yourself, or have any in this room before, Monica? Because I know quite a few. And I can tell you that those people will never give up unless they have a security guarantee. They'll fight to the last person.
And what does a security guarantee look like?
That's going to be a very big problem to answer, but that is the $64,000 question, because what they've put themselves all into a bind is that the only way they can have a security guarantee is effectively as good as NATO, maybe not call it NATO, that basically says that if Russia were ever to attack again, there's literally an international force that would have to stop him, because the case that the other side is making, and the Europeans are making as well, is that Putin's word cannot be trusted. We talked here earlier about international agreements and all that stuff. Basically, when you have a reputation as he has. Let me finish. No, but I'm making a point.
No, yeah, but you gotta hurry so that a response can happen.
Just let me finish and get it out.
He thinks it's the university election.
They can't be trusted, so she asked what an international guarantee is. There's going to have to be a guarantee that they can't be invaded again. They can't take Russia's word for it. They can't take Russia's word for it.
Okay, so here's the interesting thing. When they were disarmed, they were issued a security guarantee by the UK, by the US, and by Russia. So,
I'm aware of that.
Well, then it would be foolish for them to accept any security guarantee from any of those three countries, because one of them invaded them and the other two have not stepped up to stop it.
Yeah. So they have to have a better one.
Well, no.
They're going to have no one. I'm telling you right now, these people will never stop unless they have an ironclad security guarantee.
You're not responsive. Okay, well, how about this? I'll just move everybody down and you can lecture to the room, and then we don't have a conversation. How about that?
Nope, I'm just going to speak up for my point. You can
Yeah. So here's the point. You're saying that that they would stop if they get a security guarantee, but they had a security guarantee and they find themselves in this situation.
It's good enough. So what's good enough? It failed doesn't mean I'm going to try again.
Okay, got it. All right. I'll just move on. We'll just. I suppose if you were. I suppose if you were the leader of Ukraine, you would look to who, the UK and the US for a security guarantee?
I think it's going to be NATO.
Oh, okay. All right, because the UK and the US shirked their responsibilities.
Yeah, they're too small. NATO is not small. That's what he's afraid of. That's exactly what he respects. The only thing he's worried about is NATO.
And you think he's going to sign a deal which basically gives the Ukraine de facto NATO status?
As I said, I don't know what the solution is going to be. I can't figure one out, because right now I can tell you they will never give up unless they at least need that they have a security guarantee. I'm just being real simple with you.
What do you think Putin's motivation is? Where would he stop and what is he after?
Oh, he's after reconstituting the entire Soviet Union. There's no doubt about that.
Okay. So So he failed in Chechnya. What happened in Georgia? What happened in that city in Moldova? It's like a basic Russian enclave. Did he stop there? Did he stop in Georgia? Are there two independent states in Georgia, one on each side of the Caucasus Mountains, and they just exist and they're basically Russian provinces? They have a flag there. They consider themselves Russia. Did he constitute anything other than those two regions? What about the city in Moldova, which is basically a Russian enclave? Do you not understand this is about the Donbass region? It's about him having more than just one little highway with a few miles on each side of it in the Donbass region. And all he's trying to do is say, hey, give me this, and I give you back all the other land that I took.
Sure.
See that?
If I took him at his word, I would absolutely see that. I also don't think that people speaking a language and having a culture on a sovereign borderline become your property just because they appeal to your culture. If you did, then you accepted when Germany went into the Rhineland and Czechoslovakia and all that stuff before the official war started, Austria, everything, they said those are all our people. They're all German people. You say those are all my Russian people. Why is that any different?
Well, you're drawing a comparison. Do you think that the Russian-speaking, Russian culture, Russian DNA, or by ethnicity in the Donbass region who have wanted to leave Ukraine and be a part of Russia since before 2014, before he took Crimea, do you think these people want to be a part of Russia? Or is it just Putin coming and saying, you're Russian and we're going to force you into it? Which is the pacification?
Well, I look at it this way. You are absolutely right that those people wanted to be part of Russia. I would see evidence by them actually declaring that, not by the troops coming in to declare for them.
They did declare. Where have you been? Where were you in 2014?
Okay, in 2014 they were invaded. They did not have the population declare themselves wanted to be Russian by democratic means.
They formed two groups that had three letters. I don't remember what it is, but there's two different groups that have been saying this before 2014, before he took Crimea. This is not a new thing yet.
So he took Crimea, you do admit that?
Yes, I absolutely admit that he took Crimea.
Under the Obama administration, if I remember correctly. Gentlemen, we have some new speakers on the stage. Benjamin's been trying to get in a while. Steve, always a pleasure. If we can move the mic around, I would appreciate it.
Oh, real quick, just a question for Daniel. He seems very confident in his support of the Democratic Party. I want to just call it maybe the Islamic Party, either this one. But just can you explain to me, given that this choice of running a person who openly adheres to Islam for a mayor of New York? Well, Daniel, what is it about killing the infidel that makes you want to go out and vote for the mayor, for your candidacy? Can you just tell me how that works? Love to know. Thanks.
Yeah. So thanks for your question. First of all, international conversation, much more than local conversation. I don't live in New York. I'm actually a Canadian citizen and don't vote in America. I do have taxes that I pay through institutions that I manage or own, and very embedded in American society. But I'm not going to say that I am a voter of any party of any place in the world. Not that often to vote anywhere. So nice try. I'm just commenting.
Well, how is Junior Trudeau doing in Canada? It's been kind of quiet.
Trudeau is out of power?
Junior, his replacement, Mark, how's he doing?
Doing good enough. He's doing better than what the alternative would have been.
I disagree.
I understand.
Yeah, inflation's been out of control in Canada, totally unaffordable.
I'm sad to hear that.
Our economy's in free fall.
What do you think Canadians think that's due to?
The rebalancing of the tariff?
So it is amazing, like the Liberals stayed in power in large part because many Canadians like Daniel, many voters, have been propagandized to the point of themselves having PDS despite, Trump not being a politician in Canada. He's not a Canadian. But yeah, a lot of Canadians have TDS, and they decided to continue to vote for the Liberal Party, who has ruined the country for 10 years. They're continuing because they have
The joke about the 51st state might have been poorly timed.
I agree.
Okay, if you agree, then you have an explanation for what took place. You know that people didn't want to keep the Liberals in power. They actually did perceive that this foreign actor was actually threatening America. Threatening Canada. Canada was threatening Canada, and like I've never seen Canadians more united. It was almost like that thing in the movie when the alien comes from outer space and suddenly all the nations are going to bind together. All the Canadians came together against Donald Trump.
They came together to collectively, commit sort of economic and political suicide.
We'll see.
Congratulations!
Could I ask Daniel a question about this when my turn comes?
Benjamin, the mic's yours.
So Daniel, I am kind of curious about this tariffs business because you kind of accused maybe Donald Trump of attacking Canada by raising tariffs.
I think Canada clarified he's attacking the world, not Canada. Canada.
Oh, okay. But just to be clear, it's the tariffs, right? The tariffs are the attack.
Yeah, it's a form of warfare.
Do you remember how high those tariffs were that he was threatening Canada with?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they were higher than what he actually applied.
Higher than how much? The 30%, 40%?
You know, I can't follow. I
say when? 70%, 80%. Say when? 90%.
I have a feeling that Benjamin knows. So instead of torturing Daniel when he just said he did it, could you share with us the numbers?
I don't actually know what the trend was. Let's say it was really high, maybe 50%. That's just horrible. That is just really violent. That is basically a nuclear bomb. Now, I was surprised to learn, honestly, I didn't know this before, but I was surprised to learn that Canada had already implemented 298% tariffs on U.S.
Show receipts to that, Benjamin. Show receipts to that. Nobody's ever heard of it.
Okay, sure. No, I'll do that for sure. That's a promise there. I'll get to it, very soon. Do you feel that Canada might have been launching some kind of warfare against the United States with their 298% butter tariff?
Well, first of all,
yes or no for you, Daniel. That's a yes or no. Just make this real.
No, I'm not going to say yes or no on fucking.
No! Oh, no, Daniel's on the record. Daniel,
please.
Conditionally. If I prove it, would you accept that it was warfare by Canada on the United States before Donald Trump was even elected? In that case,
it's possible. I want to look at the context of it.
Okay.
Yeah, look, but I
hold my beer.
I said to you that tariffs are warfare. All nations can engage in it and try to do the best they can.
Ladies and gentlemen, change the title of the room. Daniel gets owned big time.
Wait, what's that?
It's going to happen. It's going to happen in 2 minutes. That's how long it's going to take me to Google this shit. And then we'll be in the chat, and then I'll come off mic and say, please look at the chat. 2 minutes.
Sure.
So we got some Jeopardy music?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Well, I'd like to know the security guarantee, and we exclude the United States out of NATO providing this. What military superpower is there within NATO? You go to Canada's, to Daniel's home country, they got a standing army of 70,000 men. Britain has about the same thing. And you're really going to threaten the Soviet Union with security with a 70,000 man army? The German army is that
you would propose that the United States no longer be part of NATO then?
No, you was the conversation was that the United States and Great Britain are unreliable because they shirked on it before, and your comeback was that NATO was going to supply the security guarantee. And my question is,
I think I politely said that it was going to be difficult under all circumstances, but if it was ever going to be provided by anybody. There couldn't be anybody else but NATO because it can't depend on any one country to stop him. It's going to have to take the entire world to stop him.
Oh, okay. Well, I got the impression that you felt with the United States, because basically right now NATO, as far as the military entity, is feckless without the United States in it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you
could say it's feckless without the United States. My question is, legitimately, whatever your opinion is, do you think that America should leave NATO and leave it to itself? That might be your position. I don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying, Daniel.
If it's not your position, then if the United States is part of NATO, it seems like an A-B switch to me, that if the United States is part of NATO and it is strong enough to actually prevent Putin from taking any more land in the world, that's all I'm talking about. The law. He should not get more land, no matter whether he thinks it's a right to, no matter whether he thinks it's the culture of Russians, no matter whether he thinks he's constituting the old lost Russian USSR. None of that is a justification for him to break the law and take a piece of land that's not legally voted for him or traded or purchased or some agreement that does not involve military force. If you allow one country on earth to do that, you allow every country on earth to do that. I don't think you want to live in a world like that.
Well, yeah. See, you're the one that switched positions here, because initially the United States, the conversation had been taken out of this equation, and the question, NATO shouldn't even have to be a player in this. The Europeans, if they hadn't summarily disbanded their own military readiness, would not need anything other than the countries that are there. The Germans are perfectly capable of building a quality army. The French.
Do you think the Germans by themselves could stop Putin? Is what you're proposing?
No, you're missing what I'm saying. This is the European backyard. And if you had the Germans, you had the French, you had the major players within the European continent had been armed properly.
Then it would have been more of a deterrence in the first place.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Weakness invites aggression.
I absolutely agree with you. And if you and I agree with that, then what minimum type of strength to prevent aggression going forward will be whatever the hell people can't figure out will be the appropriate security guarantee, and that will be the answer. And to me, I can't see anything in which the entire world unites to stop the aggressor, period. It's black and white to me.
Well, I think one of the problems we had in Ukraine was started in 1989 when we said we weren't going to move the NATO alliance eastward, and we got right to Russia's front door, which I don't know if you know anything about the military strategy of Russia. There's a defensive posture called the five passes that the Russians have always considered strategic in their military defense of the homeland. Because once you get through those passes, you're basically in the open country. And that's why this movement of NATO closer creates such anxiety. And they kept telling people about this. They told people about it in the 90s. They warned them about it, that this was creating a problem, and no one wanted to listen. Then we start sending NGOs into Ukraine, trying to influence the election, trying to start talking about NATO, join NATO. These are all things that create this situation. Now, Putin, did he have his hand in it? Absolutely. But to think that the West has clean hands in this is just disingenuous. There's a thing called the Color Revolution. You might want to look at that and see what it says about it. And we had NGOs in Ukraine that was deeply involved in that.
Yeah, there's no...
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes is out my battery rings.
Yeah, so you found soft lumber also falls in this category that you didn't put up dairy. Those are long-standing, absolutely big conflicts.
Huge.
10 years.
Huge tariffs, right, Daniel?
Yeah,
huge tariffs.
Yeah, that is I mean, if you think that's a fair comparison, I certainly do not. That's the selective, specific type of things that they have not worked out for many years. But the Canadian and American, hold on, no, overall, the Canadian and American relationship, if you can find me two countries in human history that have had a better trade relationship for longer than Canada and the United States have had, I will pay.
So now, just to be clear, now you're saying 298% tariff is not, is consistent with the best trade relationship in history, whereas like, what, wasn't it just, remind me folks, wasn't it just 3 minutes ago that 30% tariffs were tantamount to an act of war? Daniel, your progress is remarkable. I've never seen somebody progress.
Thank you. Do you have a very close, you have a very close relationship with somebody that, like, not everything that you agree with, that you not agree with, right? So I simply confirmed what you already just pointed out as some
3 minutes, and we converted, we talked Daniel off the ledge in 3 minutes. He went from thinking 30% tariffs were tantamount to war to thinking 298% tariffs are consistent with the best trade relationship in the history of the goddamn universe. Daniel, front of the class, round of applause, most improved student of the year award. Everybody, put your hands together for Daniel Madelon. You are amazing, sir. You are amazing.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad we can keep two things straight at the same time, which one has to do with an 80-year relationship between these two countries who are now dividing their interests and going other directions for the first time in 80 years. And I said, you can find, let me say, you're going to be able to say whatever you want in response. If you can find two countries that have a better relationship than these two countries for the last 80 years, I'll pay you $1,000. Anytime in human history, okay? You're not going to find one. And to say that you want to be taking over the 51st state and coming in with these swaths of, because there's a supposed trade imbalance, they've had their conflicts that they've worked out in selective industries, which is all you're pointing out, which I am not approving of or anything like that, but it's not an expression of the entire relationship with Canada and the U.S., which is what I'm speaking to. And if you think it's more important to cherry pick on just those two pieces, go ahead. Have that. I don't have anything more to argue with you on that.
I'm not a professional educator, but, I've had my moments in history. I've been at the front of a university class. I have stepped into an elementary school from time to time. I've done the best I can with some of my, nephews and nieces and my own kids. I've tried to educate all of them. But Daniel, in 50 years of educating people, I have never had the opportunity in a mere 3 minutes to educate somebody as much as I have just educated you. So I appreciate
you just know the apex of your skills after 50 years.
This has set the bar so high.
Make you feel so good about that. That's really
This has set the bar so high for my future educational.
There it is. Yeah.
Serendipitous moments. I made every try to
stories somebody on a replay to just see such a perfect example of the legacy that you leave in all of your wonderful education.
I may never try educating people again because for fear that I will not even be a third.
Well, that's a shame when you think you've reached your limit.
But thank you so much.
What's in that beer you're drinking? Is that like domestic or imported? Yeah, magical powders. It's like a whole system of shit. What are you drinking?
Glad to entertain everybody.
What's going on here? This is school. Don't interrupt. Bell's gonna ring 20 minutes.
The person that is spam waving at me, please stop.
Who is it?
Oh, wait, you can listen. Janelle.
Danelle, why are you waving at her?
I'll wave at you in a minute.
Danelle, why are you spam waving at her?
Well, Curtis said he'd stop.
security blanket there. Do you think he's really going to go back into Ukraine for more aggression and be this security force that you're talking about, or do you think he'll stop just like he did in Moldova and in Georgia?
I got a question for Daniel. When get her for a second. Oh, well, hey Benjamin, how come you haven't responded to the poll above? You know what? I did respond to the poll. What did you change the poll?
You changed the poll.
Oh, sorry. Give me a second. Daniel, I see you haven't responded either.
Yeah, I'm not. I'll let myself win or lose however it goes.
Well, I wasn't here, but I'm following Daniel, I'm not following Benjamin, so like, probably Daniel.
Daniel is winning so hard today. I think picking Daniel would be better just because it would be more fun to listen to Benjamin crash out if he loses. Crashing out is not going to happen.
Well, who's Benjamin?
I think that's me.
Are you new?
Lizard. I am new, yeah. Just got a clubhouse.
I think she meant it like philosophically, like, who are you?
Wait, there are new people coming on this app?
Yes, but I was just going to say no.
Now that would be new.
Oh, so this is a question for Daniel. Daniel's like really beating the drum here for the Democrats. This is the Democratic Party.
And can I, hold on a second, I do it before you ask. Can one person on this app right now confirm that I've promoted anything about the Democratic Party tonight? Anything I've said?
Islamo-Democratic Party.
Okay, so but only you so far have seen that, right? Nobody else want to raise their hand or just do a thumbs up?
Oh, well, I never heard you say anything.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about the Democratic Party at any time tonight at all.
You were anti-Trump, but you weren't like promoting the Democratic Party.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Yes, I am anti-Trump, and I do want to say, in all transparency, I met Mr. Trump before he was a politician. I have my own experience with him. I've told anybody that's ever asked me about him, I am not unbiased. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I have Trump traumatic syndrome. I was traumatized by him with 5,000 other people. And I was very close by him. And this is on record, on replay. Look at it on Clubhouse. 2 years ago, I told the story.
That's fair. Just for the record, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I am a no way Kamala supporter, whatever that is.
Whatever that is.
So I'm just curious, Daniel, do you think in 100 years, a million years, the time it would take for the sun to burn out, that Kamala Harris would grab it, would find the balls the right word, to invent and then impose a secondary tariff on countries that do business with Russia in exchange for the way they've attacked Ukraine? Do you think the heat death in the universe would happen before Kamala would figure that out and find the balls to do it? Or do you think that she would have figured that out on day one?
So here's what's fascinating. I believe you when you say you're not a Republican, you're a Trump supporter, right? I'm just fascinated with why you look so hard to find, like, what a ninja this guy is when he's such a bubbling fool. That's what I don't get, Benjamin. Please explain that to me.
Oh, shit. Sometimes, there was actually a really good play I watched once about, I don't know how to call the producer, but I'm not sure. And it was about a bumbling fool who just could not do anything right. It was like peanuts during the audio take, and everything was just a complete idiot mess. But weirdly enough, serendipitously enough, like all of his accidents turned out to sort of like the accidentally genius. And he just like kept falling up. And it was really funny.
being there with Peter Sellers, being there.
Well, it was a play, but probably, I mean, this shtick must have been done 100 times. It's super funny to watch. Look, sometimes I do feel like I'm watching the world's most bumbling idiot fail up time after time after time. And I feel like it's only possible because the Democrats left so much on the table. They made it so easy to fail up for Donald Trump. So, what did Kay do 4 days after he was announced? Here's an idea. Let's take junk food out of schools. And I thought to myself, you seriously, the Democrats left that available so he could just become Surgeon General and say, let's take junk food out of schools? That was so hard for the Democrats to do? Well, apparently so.
No, Michelle Obama tried that. And Benjamin, can you pull the refresh?
Sure.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Shaisha.
Oh, hey, she's like the third hottest chick on the app.
Oh my God, stop it, Roger. Hi, Roger. Hi, Serendipity.
Is that really you?
That is me.
That's not even one of her top photos. She's I'm serious. When I said she's the third hottest on the app, I'm serious.
Honestly, that's a huge compliment. There's a lot of hot chicks on the platform.
No fucking lie. There's been over 20 million downloads. And if half of those are female, which it's not, it's probably a third are female, to be in the top 3.
I'll take that.
That's
right. That is a great question. Who's one in the over on that?
Number one is Monica.
Wait, what's Monica? Where's Monica? Monica Coca?
Oh, we don't call her that no more. We call her Scarlet with 2 T's.
Scarlet. Okay, that's my girl. That's 2?
Yeah, no, she's number 1. Number 2, this one you guys probably are going to disagree with me on, but I do like older women, and so Shirley's number 2.
Shirley, I feel like I know who Shirley is. I don't doubt she's cool. Shout out to Shirley.
Well, I'll tell you this, if Shirley was 30 years younger and I was 30 years older, I would be so on it.
Nah, Curtis knows you too well to he guessed it right. He said number 2 is Shirley.
That's fucking wild. Curtis has been listening. I know I have a deal with Shirley. When her husband dies, I'm going to be a pallbearer, and then the moment he's in the ground, it's on and popping.
No.
Yeah, she likes this plan, by the way. She wishes that her husband would live a long life, but when it's over, it's over.
Gotta get on with it.
Yeah, what was the girl's name that barked at me? She was different. She was she's from a different part of town, as they say. And
what do you mean someone barked at you?
Well, yeah, exactly. I can't remember her name. If I go and look at my Cash App, I can find it, because I did send her some money one day.
Did you send her the money because she barked at you like a dog, or?
No, we were in a small room, and she was telling a sad story, and I subsidized her. Yes, B-worm. That was it. B-worm. Yes. B-worm was cool though. She was funny. She's actually very attractive. I think she's literally insane. So, yeah. But she's funny. She's hot. Shy, where you been?
I've been in my own little corner of the app, to be honest. Especially there's no more conservative stuff out there. So.
Was it ever really conservative?
That sounds for debate. But you know what I mean. The other stuff. It really just be me and Jack and whoever comes in.
Well, go ahead, Danelle. Danelle's never seen a pretty woman before.
I've never seen it in my life.
I'm gonna go mute up so Danelle can talk to the both.
I'm gonna start stuttering. I'm already sweating. It's pretty embarrassing. What's your background?
As in, my ethnicity?
Yes, you're.
My mom's Puerto Rican, my dad is Brazilian, he's South.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, you guys ever seen a beautiful black woman? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Your piece. Listen, I am the king of beautiful black women, and I'm just saying there is a difference. Shy is like a cut above. You know, I mean, there's million great musicians, but when you see like the best musician, you're like, wow, that was an experience. Shy, she's one of the smoke shitters of the app.
She is.
Oh, yeah.
You get all your flowers, but one thing I can say, and I hate to bring this stuff, I hate it, but I do, is just like, I ask white women this all the time. Why was it ever a thing when slave owners used to get out the bed with their wife and walk out to the slave quarters and get black pussy? What was that about?
You know,
you gotta,
it's good.
No, you have a pussy right there. Have your burrito. You got your kids. Why do you need to go out into the slave quarters and fuck the women out there that are slaves? The black women with big booties. Why did they do that? The answer is in your question.
They want some big booty.
Exactly. Thank you. It's like, hello?
I'm not gonna lie, those African chicks, they're built different. Like,
they got some bad bodies, and a lot of them, I know a girl from Ghana, I look at her body, I'm like, do you go to the gym? She's like, no, she's just naturally.
girl, they're just naturally
body, no stomach, flat stomach, like super hips and ass and breasts, big tits.
Your piece, are you old enough to remember National Geographic magazine?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, like.
Oh, I'm asking you, are you familiar with National Geographic magazine?
Yeah, but I'm gonna check it out.
Well, so when I was growing up, that was my only exposure to seeing African American. Well, they weren't even American; they were African women with big titties, and some of them had like bones in their nose. Others had these rings on their neck, but they had some big ass titties.
So that was just going to
Well, I also had a Miss Butterworth and an Aunt Jemima syrup bottle. Those were happening too.
And Jemima had big titties. And Jemima was like a double T.
Do you
really? Jemima was thick. Yeah.
Hold on, your piece, hold on. Y'all remember Walona from Good Times? You guys too young for that?
Or D. What about D? He just died.
Yeah, she had a mustache though. Are we gonna point out Shirley from that show too? What's Happening didn't have cute chicks, but Good Times, you had the sister, you had the neighbor. Like when I was a kid, I used to have a crush on Janet Jackson. That was probably my first crush was Janet Jackson on Good Times.
She's so fine. Was that Penny?
Yes, that was Penny.
Oh, she was so pretty.
I never understood why there's a demographic of white men who like women that have the bodies of like 10-year-old boys. I never understood that.
Are you talking about like guys that date Asian chicks?
Yeah, I never got it.
Well, not necessarily Asian, just black for me. I'm not going to speak for him, but it's like, I agree with that. I've never understood when I see a guy, he's with a woman, and the woman is just like straight up black up and down. Like, chest, no tits, no ass, straight up and down.
Like the legs are connected to the back.
Like, I'm from a bunch like, I'm like, she's not developed like a woman in any way. What the fuck? How do you attract to her?
I had to work my butt off to get an ass because I have no titties. So my main focus is my ass.
Wouldn't it be easier to just grow some titties?
I don't know. I've heard some bad things about these surgeries, man. I'm trying to stay away from it.
Yeah, me too. I like having smaller boobs. You can get away with being a lot more.
because then, the nipples are nipples when you are braless, and I just can't do that.
Yeah, I feel like fake tits, they always look like they have hard nipples.
Do you all have children?
I
know. That's the thing. After you have kids, and I tell a lot of women, young girls in my community, when I go back for homecoming to my college, I'm like, look crazy. And they're like all of this BBL, they want to fix this, they want to fix that. It's so much shit. It's just a new culture that the new kids get. And I tell them, I said, if you can just hold out after you finish college, by the time you have a baby, you'll have a natural BBL. Your body will form into that. Your titties will get fat. It'll grow. Just give it a minute. Like, you haven't even had a baby yet.
Well, I've had 2 children, but after you breastfeed, maybe you didn't experience this, but I know many of my friends and family did. After you breastfeed multiple children, they get big for a minute, but then they deflate pretty.
They deflate after the time when your child starts eating like table food and they're not taking a breast.
Yeah. The titties go from like a solid, like a baked potato to mashed potatoes. It's like they just soften.
Yeah, they get sad. I just don't hate mine enough. Like, I have friends that like stay obsessed
But you
over
guys be understanding that's a part of being a mom.
Yeah, but I think it's,
and I'm thinking a lot too, like,
if you're obsessing over something, just go take care of it. Like, live your life. But, like, it's not something that really upsets me. Like, I don't hate my tits. Like, some days I'm like, these are pretty good. And another day I'm like, fuck, because they look sad.
Even though I'm not married to my ex-husband no more, like, I do appreciate, like, sometimes I'll be breastfeeding our daughter, and she'd be like, you look so beautiful right now. And I'm like, my titties look like trash. Like, the kids are sucking up, one's big, one small, one, it's dude, you gotta have the right man. I think there's gonna be understanding because some of the breasts are gonna be aligned and pumped up the whole time. No, I've had a couple kids. They're not gonna be the same. So you should fuck off.
Yeah, and some women they have one is a whole size larger than the others. Like I don't know. I'm the only one in my family that doesn't have a boob job. I'm like the last woman standing, and I feel like I just at this point like I'm just gonna be different and be the one with small tits.
And then and out my breast. Give me a breast. I'm feeding your kids. I'm breastfeeding, right? Bro, give me a break. I mean, anybody on the stage, if you're a man, don't you think if a woman is feeding kids or babies 24/7, like every 6 hours with her breast, they're not going to be looking the same? Can you guys just give her a break?
I don't think it's the men so much that put that pressure on us. I think it's just ourselves and kind of the comparison thing. I don't know. My husband's kind of like, whatever you want to do. Like, he doesn't have it. He's more of an ass man anyway, I think. But, and I still have a nice ass. So.
But that's good. Like, you still got somebody that's understanding. Like, my neighbor, her husband was not understanding. Like, she's like,
she's a food man. Maybe, maybe
she's had a third twins. They told her to wait 8 weeks before they had sex. Do you think that man waited 8 weeks?
Oh, that's a shame. That's fucked up.
No. She said probably like 5 weeks he was still trying to have sex with me. And he knows, like, I need to wait. They don't care.
That's so sad. That is fucked up. Especially, she had twins, so she probably had some tearing. I mean, that's not good.
You want to know what's crazy, Ollie? I don't know
you had
twins. My pussy stretched out the older I got, but I tore more with the singles than versus the twins.
Is that because they were seconds?
Maybe.
Probably. Your first one. How big was your first? How big was your first?
All my kids are small.
Okay.
My first was like 6'4".
Yeah.
The twins were
that's wild though.
Within 5 pounds. They dropped down to like 4.
Yeah.
We gotta pull up.
What is this poll? Do you prefer big old cities, little old cities, or mid-sized cities? I don't know.
I wish there was an option for like any, you know what I mean, any city, but.
Yeah, my first shy was almost 10 pounds, and he was stationed in the back, so it was fucking horrible. So I definitely had tearing, and it was, you know, not
What do
cool.
you guys think of those big giant areolas? Like the big, like they look like buttermilk pancakes.
They look like pepperoni. Oh yeah.
I'm not a fan of a giant areola.
I think that's about.
I only had tearing with my first daughter, cause she did weigh almost 10 pounds, and that shit ripped my pussy, and I had to get stitches after that.
Oh yeah, me too. For sure I had stitches. I think my areolas are on the bigger side, but I've definitely seen way, way, way bigger. I mean, mine aren't like National Geographic big.
Mine are pretty normal, thank God. Yes, pretty normal.
But is Mojo curating a intellectual discussion on Oreo?
They want to know, are you moderating Roger because you found out if you get your pussy ripped?
Wow, this sounds very like a very profound philosophical question. Roger, you are doing an excellent job of elevating the discourse here on Clubhouse. Very good job, sir.
I appreciate that, Concrete, but you know, when I talk about subjects, I like to know a little bit about them. So I know about the big old titties, the little old titties, the mid-sized titties. When I go into the spaces that you're in, you're talking about Hegel for 45 minutes, and then when I come to find out, you've never even read Hegel. You should talk about things you know. Do you know anything about titties, Concrete?
A man asking another man about that seems a little sus. I understand that whites are much more comfortable.
Well, imagine having a 9-pound baby through your dick. How do you think that would feel?
Again,
If you had to have a baby, a 9-pound baby through your dick coming through that little hole, I mean, the pain that you would have. That's what we're talking about, the pain that we have as women.
Yeah, and Roger seems to be doing a great job curating this conversation. And I apologize for interrupting. Please, Roger, please continue your conversation on areola size and using the penis as a birth canal. Congratulations.
Concrete, a lot of us have had so this is an include.
You're a bit in the matrix, but Concrete, you're going to have to give me a break here. I'm in the back channel. People are feeling the need to send me photographs of their titties. So I'm giving real-time feedback on titties. So give me a moment.
Yeah, congratulations. Sounds excellent. Sounds very high tier. Right up there with Hegel and Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas. You're doing an excellent job, Roger. Excellent job.
I appreciate your support, Concrete. Concrete, where's Ike at?
Again, seems like a sus question. Very uncomfortable for me.
Why don't you ping him in?
Into your comfort zone.
Why don't you ping him in?
I'm sure your ping buttons works just as well as mine. Boss.
Probably not. Does this topic make you uncomfortable?
I just commended you for having a high tier conversation. I don't know why you would think that it would make me uncomfortable.
When's the last time you've been with a woman with great big old titties?
Again, a man asking another man that seems a little sus, and I'll just refrain from engaging.
You like to call that locker room talk. Have you ever been in the locker room?
Yeah. If you are comfortable having these type of conversations in the locker room where men are taking showers and so on and so forth, again, that's a you thing, bro.
Talking about titties.
I'm not going to shame you for your preferences. I'm just not going to indulge, right?
You don't indulge in titties?
Again, seems like you're trying to goad me into a conversation and not interested.
Are you a homosexual? You're a homosexual?
Because
because I'm uncomfortable talking to you about this. Interesting.
Have you read your Bible?
Yes, getting real uncomfortable. You went from locker room talk to now you want to talk about the Bible. A little schizophrenic, not gonna lie. Anyway, I take this as my opportunity. I'm going to take this as my opportunity to say bid adieu. You have a wonderful night, Roger. Great conversation.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Interestingly enough, that we can talk about titties, and it's a better conversation than the room that he's going back to, called chillism.
Yeah, beef with chillism, Roger?
Beef? No, I like going in there, and it makes me feel better about myself to know that there's people that stupid. So I'm like kind of like, I'm a bit of a midwit, and so when I go in there, like I feel really intelligent.
Yeah, no. I used to go in there all the time, and then I got banned.
What? I thought it was a free speech, though.
I deserve the ban, though, to be fair.
What did you do?
Whatever.
What'd you do?
I don't even want to say it.
A hint?
I released public information.
Oh, yeah, that's a violation even in this room.
Yeah, I was really upset at that time. I know I was wrong. I wouldn't do it again, but I was really upset.
That's okay. You've grown. You've learned from your mistakes. I think it's probably worth it to have gone through it to end up where you're at today.
I think so too. That room is something. I mean, they have some good topics sometimes. So for the most part, it's just a room to trigger people.
Well, they banned too many people though, and made it to the where they kind of made it this like they banned some interesting voices. Let's put it that way. You know, where it's gotten a little boring. You know.
Anyway, where have you been, Roger? Because I haven't really seen you around until like 8 months, and you're Mojo now. So
yeah, I was off the app for about 7 months, and then I came back. Then I got clipped for like 3 days, and then I'm back. But I'm going to be on a week-long vacation, so I won't see you kind people until, what's that, the 22nd?
Oh, where you going? Yeah, where you going?
I'm going to Vancouver, BC, and we're going to Whistler. There's no snow at Whistler, but it's still nice this time of year.
That's cool. You said we. Is there a lovely lady in your life, or bringing your?
Why she gotta be lovely?
What size are our areolas?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Joe, don't let them drag you into this stuff. You're the one that's supposed to class up the joint. What the hell? Jesus.
I don't speak often.
I know. And then you're asking me about a female's areolas. It's very uncomfortable, I have to be honest. I think Concrete's right about this room.
I mean, that was a pack the punch.
I guess you and I would have never worked out, Joe, in the end.
No, I think in the beginning we would have problems too, but but no, you said you got a nice ass. It would have worked for a minute.
To counteract the
You just keep the shirt on and cover them baloney titties and we'll be fine.
Oh, come on.
It's okay.
Holly, if you try hard, you might be able to be plan B number 2.
Right. Pretend to dream.
I can put you on the list. I mean, it's long and distinguished, but I can get you on the list. But if you look at my PTR, it says it all. It tells you everything you need to know.
I feel like you've used long and distinguished in other ways.
Wait, Curtis raised his hand. You don't do that very often. Well, Curtis, what do you got going on?
Why was Concrete so uncomfortable talking about females? That was so weird. I just have to say it. It bothered me.
It was
very, very different.
Virgin.
Yeah, but no matter the topic, that's how he always comes into a room.
Yep, always wanting to be uncomfortable. Yep. Not only that, like, when we try to get biblical, I feel like they put so much on the woman, and I'm so tired of it. You know,
I like putting so much on the woman.
She couldn't have let you know what? She should have never let you to any garden with food and just let you starve. She could have.
Hey, Mojo, do you think that, I don't know concrete, but do you think he's actually read St. Thomas Aquinas on Essence of Being?
At least we led you somewhere where you can get food.
You know, Joe, I don't think he's read much at all. In fact, in talking to my good friend Io, the biggest problem with chillism, it isn't that so much that they're stupid, it's that they refuse to stay where they're at. Or they refuse to leave where they're at. If they've read books, let's say, up through junior high and then stop, they have no desire to pick up a new one. Like, their growth has been stunted, all of them. And you know, when we read books in this room, like we read the Tao Te Ching. That was a good shared experience where we read out loud to each other. If you were to mention reading a book out loud in chillism, what would you have to do? Like Dr. Seuss? Like, I couldn't even imagine what grade level you'd have to stoop to be able to get them to participate.
Well, what you're describing is arrested ignorance.
Hey, yo, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, fucking nah. Like, I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, pockets. So now you want to be a smarty pants? Tell me.
That was the first rapper in history, bro. Was Dr. Seuss. He started the game.
Pockets. So you're a woman of letters, and you know these words very well. But how about math? 814 times 1,000.
Oh, not 814,000, bro. That's crazy.
Damn, my girl got skill. Hey, how come the women know math better than the men on this app? Isn't there like a trope that men know math and science and women know English?
No, it's because we live on a clock. We have a clock. We have a clock literally internalized.
Shirley, did you hear that we were complimenting you earlier?
Number 2, baby.
I didn't hear, but I need encouragement today.
Got it. So number 3 most attractive woman on the app was Shy. Number 1, you guys know I have to go with Monica. But Shirley, out of all the women that have ever downloaded this app, you are number 2 most attractive woman on the app.
Abso-friggin-lutely.
Oh, that's absolutely precious.
Yeah. Do you remember playing Monopoly and you get the card that says you won 2nd place in a beauty contest? Shirley, I'm gonna mail you one of those cards.
So in what context were we having this conversation?
Well, Shy came in here and like all the guys like jacked off of themselves because she's a very attractive young woman. And we complimented her and we let her know that she's the 3rd most attractive woman on the app. And so somebody asked the question, well, who's number 1 and who's number 2? And I think everybody was able to guess that, you know, Monica's my number 1. But I will say, Curtis picked it correctly. Curtis was the one that said that Shirley is number 2. And that is true, Shirley. You are the 2nd most beautiful woman on this app.
Well, that is very kind. I appreciate that.
And then all the other women are tied for 4th. There's no losers in this room.
I thought there was going to be...
You get a trophy.
I thought there was going to be a Mojo scale of beauty, but nope, there's not going to be. There's only 1 through 4, and everybody's number 4 except for 1, 2, and 3.
It's a pretty good world to live in.
charming. I didn't say anything about your charm or lack of charm, dear. I just said Roger is charming. Shirley, I described to them our arrangement, and some people cringed, and it was like, oh, that's not good. Can you describe to them what our arrangement is?
Well, he says he's going to be the pallbearer to my husband's funeral, and I'm his next wife. This is very, he's saying this to be charming. It is charming. But the thing is, there's going to be a lot of girlfriends between now and then because my husband's going to live to be 92 at least, right?
At least 92. We're hoping for 102.
Absolutely.
We should probably stop talking about this now because it's going to get very uncomfortable.
Well, someone has, one day we were horsing around and someone said that I wasn't a Christian. I said they didn't have a sense of humor.
What? Scarlett, we had a clubhouse beauty contest. Any idea where you finished?
Well, as a bilingual male that's 575 pounds and 75 years old with a limp, I'm thinking I got first place.
You did, girl. Look at my PTR.
You get it, girl. Yes, thank you very much.
No, like, yeah, well, I only changed the title a little bit.
Well, let me just tell you, you won first place, Shirley came in second place, Shy came in third place, and then all the rest of the women on all of Clubhouse tied for fourth.
Probably as honorable mention.
Can I just mention something else that's big? And that's the budget for the United Nations at $10 billion a month. We spend $10 billion a month at the United Nations. Does anyone here want to keep working, 5 days a week to fund the United Nations here for $10 billion a month? That's what we've been spending for 25 years. It's unbelievable.
What does Grok say about how much money we spend on gender studies in Pakistan?
I can ask.
I saw an interview once. Who was it? Tucker Carlson interviewing someone, and they talked about soft power, and they said that that's actually strategic to infect the Middle East with woke, toxic leftist ideologies to weaken. And I'm like, well, that's kind of a stretch, but I believe in soft power.
Do you like hard power? The Butterman, that's my nickname.
Donate now to kitoverforcongress.com. Every time Rich talks, I'm going to talk about John Kitover's campaign because, from what I understand, I thought remuneration or atonement for past grievances would be addressed. So, JohnKitoverforcongress.com.
Do you guys know how much money the U.S. taxpayer spends every year to support, is it crabs or fish that they put on treadmills?
Shrimp.
Shrimp, yeah. Yes. So just so people are aware of this, shrimp on a treadmill is something that your taxpayer dollars go to. I know that you guys like to think that it only pays for roads, but it pays for shrimp on a treadmill. Look it up.
That shit's important. It's really important for the country.
I'm trying to visualize shrimp on a treadmill. You can video. There's video. No, seriously, it's a giant shrimp on a treadmill. Oh my lord. It's been a pretty productive day on Clubhouse.
I like the fact that we recruited some people from campaign. That was pretty good.
Well, I did get a text message. I wanted to share it with you all. This is what Edward
This
wrote.
doesn't sound good picking up your voice.
This is what he wrote me back by text message. Looking at comments looks like spamming and waste of time.
Wow. You know
So
that
just wish him well and thank you for his time. That's all.
you know what that tells me? That tells me that the operatives from the Darren LaHood campaign, they sabotage yours. You might want to think about a lawsuit over that.
Well, I think I should be able to sue just on ballot access. You know, but you can't really get any justice. It's very difficult, and it's a rigged political industrial complex.
Okay, so this man had no job. He answered a Craigslist ad, which means he's kind of needs a job. And because of Clubhousers, he turned down a paying gig.
Well, the chat.
You know what? That was my fault. When we knew he, as soon as he agreed, we should have shut down the chat that way, and then removed certain people from the stage. Then he could have had a positive experience in the mojo positive vibration space. And if that would have happened, he'd probably be out knocking on doors tonight.
So, Roger, I got a question. Has anybody actually ever looked into why they did the whole shrimp stuff? I mean, I thought it was kind of fucking stupid and weird. Like, we're spending millions of dollars testing shrimp on treadmills, but when you actually... Yeah, so the bacterium in shrimp and stuff like that caused by environmental factors and also overfishing can cause higher blood lactive levels in the shrimp and decreased endurance and like longevity of the shrimp's life. So like, I mean, yeah, I get we're running shrimp on treadmills, but I mean, like, if you spoke to a scientist, you'd probably feel like there's actually a reason why we're doing it.
So, Rich, here's the problem, right? I can say the most absurd thing, like shrimp. We pay for shrimp to run on a treadmill, and there's going to be somebody that's going to say, "Yeah, I like that." Then there's going to be somebody that defends the gender studies in Pakistan. Then there's going to be a whole group of people that are going to defend the spending that we have on the military-industrial complex. Then there's going to be a group of people that supports the spending that we do on Medicare, and then Social Security. The interest on the debt is the third largest line item, and the reason why is because people like you think that we should defend the right to taxpayer dollars to fund treadmills for sure.
So overfishing and bacterium and pollutions and shrimp and stuff like that, like, that's not important or no?
No, you're right. You're right. With only $37 trillion in debt, we should do more of these experiments. Fucking, like, how are we ever going to know if our food supply is safe if we don't spend at least $40 trillion?
Well, do you think we should study like honeybees, like extinction of honeybees and stuff like that? I mean, you think that's like important or no?
Well, honeybees are crucial to the ecosystem. That's a little different.
So are shrimp.
Wait, how do you think we got this far, Rich? Well, wait, hold on. Are you one of those people that thinks the Earth is only like 4,000 years old?
Oh, no.
Okay, so how old is the Earth?
I would have to look up the amount of billions of years that it is old, but I don't have the exact number yet.
And how long do you think human beings have been walking on the Earth?
I think it's like estimated like Homo sapiens, like 150, 200,000 years.
Gotcha. And Homo erectus probably another like 40,000 before that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that one makes me laugh too. It's all good.
I'm only laughing because pockets clap.
So wait, do you think I'm trying to justify like, global climate change and stuff like that, or do you think I'm saying that maybe over polluting, overfishing and stuff like that's probably bad for like,
That's not my argument, but I'll get to my argument. My argument is this: we got to where we're at by not worrying about a lot of that shit. And now that we have all these studies, and we can now tell you, the BMI of a fucking shrimp. All of a sudden, the world is a much unsafer place. everybody's got more worries. We're more stressed out. We're more depressed. I think we should go back to a time when we didn't have these worries.
I know, like, what was like the estimate on like, sperm whales and like humpback whales like 150 years ago in comparison with now, today? Like, and then on top of that, like the environmental factors of like putting these large wind farms out in the ocean and like fucking whales now suiciding themselves on the fucking beach. I mean, I think we should study some of that stuff and like try to figure out if we're gonna accidentally fucking wipe out all the fish and wipe out all the fucking shrimp and wipe out all the fucking humpback whales, and then we probably shouldn't be making lipstick, out of fucking whales.
100%.
Like, I get what you're saying, that shrimp on a treadmill sounds like fucking outrageous, but like if it's showing like environmental factors and overpollution, overfishing,
Why does it sound ridiculous?
No, because you just said, oh, it's a shrimp running on a treadmill, which sounds like cartoonish, like it's from Looney Tunes. But when you actually look into the research, you're like, oh, this is talking about like overfishing and pollutants in the ocean, and like we might lose all the fucking shrimp in the ocean, and that might affect like the entire ecosystem of the entire fucking ocean, or like harvesting whales is fucking allowing the Japanese to fucking just murder every fucking whale in the ocean so they can fucking eat them. Like, probably a bad idea. We should probably look into that.
Did you guys know that they freaking make snails have orgasms for ice cream?
I'm not defending like fucking transgender Pakistani shit, but like I understand that it sounds cartoonish to shrimp run on a treadmill, but I had somebody explain it and I was like, that doesn't sound right. There's no way that it's actually like an environmental thing. And then I look it up and I'm like, oh, okay, well this sounds like fucking something that we can do. Like we should probably figure out if we're gonna lose all the shrimp in the ocean.
What about
all the fucking
fecal
honeybees,
experiments? What about the fecal experiments done by Fauci? Those were super
They were horrific and terrible. I agree, but there might be a valid reason why they were doing it. Which I don't agree with human experiments on like putting fucking flesh-eating flies on fucking beagles. I think we could probably use some type of other mammal that isn't as sentient as like a fucking beagle.
Well, they have the point to use those types of animals because they have weaker systems kind of like ours, so where, so I feel like that's why they do that, which is fucked up, but that's why they did it.
Okay, that guy is an evil ass. That's why he did it.
Yeah, I thought you were.
Come on. Anyway.
There's gotta be another reason besides that.
Don't we like test anthrax on fucking rhesus monkeys to like figure out the effects on the human body? When somebody gets exposure and like try to make up fucking different types of things to try to combat things like anthrax. Like I get what you're saying, but
We test almost everything on protein. It's fucked up. We test almost everything on them. Yeah.
So millions of people don't die. I get that. It totally makes sense.
Yeah.
We create viruses that weren't in nature and soup them up to want to see if we can make a vaccine against, I'm sorry, Fauci is an ass. Okay, it's late. I need to mic up.
Well, they didn't do it to make a vaccine. They did it to like try to further the advancement in bioweapons. I mean, like the Ukrainians were going, the Chinese were going in, but it's not to like try to make a vaccine. It's that they're trying to figure out like how to fucking wipe out mass groups of people.
There we go. The same guy who puts the flies on the beagle wants to know how to wipe out the old people. How conspiratorial do you need to make me be tonight?
Quick question, Shirley, what would you say, conspiracy or conspiracy theory?
I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I think it's
because a conspiracy is just
Medicaid.
Scarlett, can I want to provide a little pushback here. I think you're priceless.
I think this is a terrible idea, and you're putting a target on my back, sir.
The
But
link.
if you're gonna insist on doing it, make it worth it.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, if somebody wants to remove Scarlett from this stage right now for 1 hour, it's going to cost $1,000. US $3.
Not worth it.
Wow, link is in the chat, everybody. Link is in the chat. Daddy Warbucks, where are you at? Well, negotiate.
Well, you guys pick John with cheer. He's got deep pockets. And then what we'll do is we'll tell him that Verizon is better than T-Mobile, and then whoever says that, you'll want to remove them, and then maybe we can get $1,000 from them.
I don't know. I mean, I would agree with that had T-Mobile not came out with the new Starlink. So the Starlink feature's pretty badass with T-Mobile.
John, let me know when the money comes through so I can move myself down.
Okay, I think the campaign would be willing to take $50 right now and have Monica removed for an hour. Is anybody
No,
here
we said
willing to
1,000.
contribute?
Don't discount me, John.
Well, this is the first.
It makes
This
me
is
annoying.
the first donation of the campaign.
No, it makes me annoying. No. $1,000. 1,000.
Scarlett, did I just hear you say that you were going to go down?
I will go down in the month for $1,000.
Shit, I'm not going to get it. Why are you going down in the month? Rob, you said I'm so proud of you.
I might cough up $1,000, man. This is getting exciting.
I think I tipped you in my cash app also, by the way.
I like this.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes for y'all to pull your little pennies together to donate to John Kitover. We don't even need a single donation. If 10 people do $100, it's done, and I'm in the food. I don't think you should put a price on me, Magimo,
But Scarlett, what if you gave 50?
because I think that's bullshit.
Scarlett, how you think of it?
Roger, I will stay within the confines of the rules of the room. But I just want to mention, within Clubhouse itself, there was a room, and I'm not going to be specific because that would violate the rules, but there was a room earlier that was talking about, is it acceptable to kiss children on the mouth or not? And if so, is it considered sexual in nature?
Oh, is this a Buddhist room that was talking about the Dalai Lama?
No. This is one you're familiar with very, very well.
Chillism?
I am not going to violate the rules.
What an awkward
No, was not me involved in the conversation. No, I did not jump in that shit.
Hold on. Here's another way that we can raise money. What if for every $10 you give, you can cause somebody from the goo that's never spoken to come up and say their, just give an opinion. You get to ask them one question. Like, for example, let me look. No, all of these motherfuckers speak Kirill. For $10, I would donate right now $10 if Kirill would get up on the stage and allow me to ask him one question. It might be a math question, but one question only. And Kirill, are you willing to come up? This doesn't work that easy. It's easier to put people down than to bring them up. Anybody want to put Kristen down? We're taking bids, starting at $1.
$1.
Scarlett?
Your money is going to go towards this campaign. I realize that putting ads in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, the biggest towns in the district, I'll just put the ads up in Chicago and get some college graduates to work on the campaign. Chicago's got a lot the way.
Just like $20 for 20 minutes is pretty good. That's $1 a minute. That's really good.
I am negotiating this contract, Rich. Stay out the way because you haven't donated. You haven't donated. You shouldn't even be on the stage, sir. You don't even belong here on the stage because you didn't donate. As a sign of your true apology. I don't even know why you're here. Alright, Hakima. I can barely hear Hakima. Am I the only one that can barely hear? $40 for 20 minutes, Hakima, and I promise I will know. Yes. John, if there been any donations in the last 7 minutes, because this offer's about to expire.
Well, I think whoever makes a donation is going to speak up, but we haven't really had a meeting of the mind yet. Hakima, can we do halfway at 30?
30 for 20 minutes.
30 for 35.
30 for 25 minutes.
Going once, going twice. Sold to you, Hakima, the highest bidder. Link is in the chat. Scarlett, enjoy your time in the goop.
Well, I need confirmation of the payment.
Well, on receipt, she will be good.
I will do it myself too, please.
This is exciting. Maybe I could auction myself off. Actually, you know, when I was in college, I organized a date auction while I was living in Australia, and we raised.
No, Hakima, you gotta negotiate that you get to be a mod for that few seconds to kick her.
I don't think down.
That's great.
How about an extra 5 for that?
No, sir, that wasn't part of the deal. I will not let you touch my PTR. No hands on me, please.
Her choice.
Maybe we could do a campaign date auction where we auction off the most beautiful girls in Clubhouse to a Clubhouse date.
Ooh, I got 5 on Shasha.
Alright, this is feeling uncomfortable like slavery, so we probably should stop right here.
Why? Because I picked a black woman?
No.
Well, don't you understand? This is the new DEI CRT policy. He's going to kick you to the goo.
No, he's not going to touch me. I will move myself down as soon as you confirm payment.
No, he included the extra 5 to get the kick. Sorry, Monica, you already
No,
played the call.
no.
Hakima, cancel that payment.
Hit the subscribe button now.
Alright, there you go. Alright. Kiva is now a moderator. Oh, come on. User is not in the room. What?
Well, good, didn't they, Hakima?
Can I just say that despite the fact that I like we're raising money, seeing Monica move to the goo, that just doesn't feel good for me. I really like her being. Oh man. I don't have control of the account funds. I'm not.
She is his #1 on the app, too.
We can confirm Hakima sent $35 to the campaign.
That's very fucking cool. The humans now on board. Mike asked, can I spend 40 to bring her back up?
Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. in the chat.
Anybody want to pay to get Kristen off the stage?
You keep asking that. All you have to do is say, hey, can you go? And I'm like, okay, bye.
We're trying to raise money. How about this? Say annoying things. Tell them about crochet needles.
That's my special secret. People have to pay for that information.
Do you also do you have another burner phone where you can live stream on X?
I have one, but I gotta get it. I gotta get it all set up. I'm not campaigning very well today.
Oh, you're in trouble.
It's a practice run. It's all good.
What did you say, Dippity?
I said you're in trouble. Did you see the chat?
Oh, what happened?
Thank God.
Oh, shit.
I can hear it now. I told that Negro not to touch me. How dare that Negro
It's not funny, y'all. Monica left.
How dare that Negro put his hands on me?
I'm so happy right now.
This might be the funnest day in the month ever.
Oh, you're in trouble.
Dude, these back channels are hilarious. She's not happy. Jesus Christ.
I know.
She signed up for it. What did she expect?
Well, thank you, Nikima, very much.
It's like a celebrity charity event where you get to dunk the celebrity. Like, tell her to fucking be spiritless, have a little fucking what's that word? Philanthropy in it. Like, what is wrong with it?
She says she didn't consent to you touching her PTR.
It is the
That
dunk
damn
tank.
Negro touched my PTR. She gotta go wash her PTR now.
Let's catch Nia up on the drama. Nia, Kima paid $40 so he could goo Monica, and Monica is not happy.
What? No. Roger, you let that go down? You donated to John's campaign.
It was a campaign donation, and I couldn't do anything. Look, I want to save her, but what can you do? A donation's a donation.
Akima. That's diabolical.
Hey, I did not make it up.
Diabolical.
I just took advantage of the opportunity.
Well done. Well done.
That was amazing. You know what? We should do these in a room when like Brad's on a rant and see if anybody like if Diogenes and Brad are in a room together, we might even get a bidding war to see who wants to get gooed. That could be fun.
You know, the dark side rooms, you might already know this, Mojo. The dark side rooms, they do that. Some of the mods.
The homes, yeah.
Yeah, you can pay the mods that put people in the goo, or pay more and kick them out of the room altogether.
Hey, so let Monica know this is not my first time paying stuff back.
I don't think
I haven't done it.
put a price on me, Akima.
So wait, is she gone for the rest of the night?
The rest of her life.
Okay.
I gotta say, I shot a reel with that Monica bit there, and it's very funny. It's already got 20 views. It's gonna go viral.
Yes, to reverse it,
I'm pretty sure that it did not violate any campaign finance laws. And if it did, I'm sure we can explain ourselves around it.
Hey, John, so I just sent the other $5. Like, I sent 35, the other $5 was there. So I had the honor and the privilege of going fucking money. That it was money well spent.
Well, anyone can go on a monthly subscription fee to donate to the. There is a monthly option, but we've only got 60 days.
Not every day.
Oh, it is going to be every day.
How about this? If you give a monthly subscription option of $100, if you select to give monthly for $100, you can remove people from the stage whenever you want.
Oh my word, that is not fair, Mojo.
And they're always in line.
That's not cool.
Hey, Roger, don't tempt me, Roger. Do not fucking tempt me.
So Roger, how do I? So Roger, all you're saying is that we have to do is just self-dox ourselves. That's all we have to do. Okay, so what if I pay the $100 and then I get rid of John Kitover?
Yeah, you can do that. I'm available to be kicked. Campaign needs that much money. I'm willing to sacrifice myself and leave this live stream and head to Emerald Island to go see beautiful college girls drinking Malort.
That's a pure fucking politician right there, and a Catholic. I love it, John.
Are you sure you're not Catholic, John? Because the Catholic
I went to
Church,
Catholic school.
$1
I've taken the sacrament. I've put the wafer on my tongue.
This makes sense. Now I understand where you get this from.
It's, the crucifix is just a phallus. So putting the phallus on a piece of little wafer, paper bread, ingesting it, it's like getting $40 from Hakino and kicking Monica to the goo. It's transcendent.
This is craziness. This is new heights. In the month has reached a level that I'm clutching my pearls.
All up in the month.
Everybody better clutch their pearl from now on. I promise you. You all better clutch your pearl. I'm coming for you.
Monica's already in chillism and she's already a mod. But honestly, the YouTube clips of that bit about kicking her to the goo for $40 is hilarious because there is something funny about her voice, on this live stream. Because a lot of people ask me if they ever watch my stuff and they meet me, they go, "Who are you talking to?" Because nobody knows that I'm talking on the social audio chat app. But when they hear Monica's voice, it creates dopamine.
Well, anytime my family hears me on this app, they think I'm talking to El Normal. Because El Normal and I used to go, we used to kind of have heated conversations when this app had the chat. Go chat in the hallway, the recorded voicemail chats. And so the only person they know on this app is El Normal. So they're always like, is that El Normal? No, it's not.
My ex-boyfriend had an intervention. He was like, "You need to delete this app," because I was screaming into the phone about something political.
Hit the subscribe button now.
He was like, "Stop using Clubhouse when I'm around." And then our rule was that I was not allowed to be on this app when he was in my house. Put me on the leash. And that's why I got rid of him. No, ain't no man gonna tie me down.
$40 to bring him back.
I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need a man.
Is she really in the chillism?
No, just spreading.
She's over there all the time.
Spreading gossip all over.
She's been a mod no longer than I'm here. She's been a mod for a year.
Yeah.
They have White Woman Wednesdays for her.
Yeah, White Wednesdays.
What a queen. What a beautiful queen. Yeah, that video is up to 80 views.
I don't think you should put a price on me, Akima.
But Scarlett, what if you gave 15?
Because I think that's bullshit.
Yeah, That video's already at 100 views. That one could put us over the top. 2 new subscribers.
The thing is, she's like, Hakima's now a mod, and then of course he's gonna boo you. Like, don't mod him.
That was too funny. When I saw I was a mod, I would flick on my phone over trying to get to that fucking.
He couldn't do it fast enough.
I almost broke my fucking finger and my phone.
So I am gonna post in Chicago to try to find, digital content strategists as well, because I figure like now is the time to at least pull off some more online marketing campaigns, and get people to start asking Darren the Hood the tough questions on X.
I don't think Sarah has donated yet.
I know.
I'd also just like to offer this brief moment of silence in absence of Monica, that we all take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds and say, I'm Flower.
So possible donors, think you're gonna have wrong.
Oh my word, that is not fair.
And they're always a mod.
That's not cool.
Okay, I am gonna head out briefly, and I will return with some food, but before I go, I'd like to read a poem on behalf of the campaign. It's called Greed and Generosity. Look at her face. Open your eyes into her eyes. When she laughs, everyone falls in love. Lift your head up off the table. See, there are no edges to this clubhouse garden. Sweet fruits, every kind you can think of, branches green and always slightly moving. How long should you look at Earth's face? Come back and look again. Now you see the nervous greed deep inside plants and animals. Now you see them constantly giving themselves away. Greed and generosity are evidence of love. If you can't see love itself, see the results. If you can't find love colors in anything, look for the pale, tired face of a lover. Take this clown house town with its stores and everyone rushing around, some with a lot of money, some without any.
John, are you gonna stop recording?
Well, I mean, I was just gonna let it, run live.
The reason I ask is we might run music. music in here.
That's always the danger when I step out of my live stream office. I think politically correct must have played Notorious B.I.G. Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac about like 20 times on me. I had to keep running back to the phone and lowering the volume. They watch and then they try to purge. They watch and purge.
Fun little tactic. You got to give it to him for that.
Yeah. But the craziest part is like nobody's watching it. But if people go back and they watch some of these rooms that I've recorded, I don't know, I think it's just a sound wall, you know? But if you like create a clip out of what somebody said and it's, very profane and vulgar, now you have, an index of people saying profane, vulgar things.
The issue is there's just too much content. If there was only a couple of clips, even if they were, a few hours long, you can go through it, but nobody's going to click on every video and watch hours of it. They're just not going to do it.
Oh, I agree. I think it's the SoundCloud, sound wall. But I do think it's also funny that, people who know me on this app, who do a quick scan, maybe they want to see themselves or they see people they know. Like my mirror of Clubhouse has created its own like platform, aka, it is this app. I don't know if it's the best of this app, but it's a lot of this app. So I'm just saying that extra replatforming on 3 different platforms creates like a forced network, basically.
You should get with IO to figure out how to just set up a API that calls for every single room to get recorded, and then use AI to spin up the feed into YouTube. If set up correctly, you could literally stream every single room 24/7 onto YouTube.
Well, I could set that up in about 5 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I did actually invest in this startup that I launched. We were recording poker rooms. It was called pokerpeeper.com. My friend was a very successful poker player and he was using something called Poker Shark. I was like, well, let's just clone it and start our own, poker scraper. But
Poker Shark, the sites loved it because it brought mediocre players to playing at higher stakes and buying in more and all this shit. It also caused a situation where it started giving advantages to some people after enough data was collected that it made people want to leave and then they started doing the bot blocking. But I don't know if that's really super helpful because all it would tell you is it would just say this is their tendency to call pre-flop. This is their tendency to call or fold or raise on the flop. Knowing that somebody's aggressive, right? Like uber aggressive, you could say, okay, this guy's uber aggressive. I'm going to play back at them. But in order to do that, you still have to have the cards to be able to play back at them. And what if you fucking run into a big hand and then you're relying on this data to tell you that their tendencies are to overbet their hands, but the time that you fucking get good cards, let's say you get jacks and your opponent that's using Poker Shark happens to have kings, queens, or aces, you can find yourself in big trouble over relying on that shit.
So I want to ask this guy, John, is this guy running for Congress? I'm curious about that.
He is. There's a link in the chat on how you can donate too.
Okay. Well, oddly enough, I ran for president and it didn't work out that great, but happy to chat with you privately about some strategy there if you're interested. If not, all good as well.
well, I'm all about the now is all important. So why don't you just, tell me what you would want to tell me in private and public? Let's hear what you want to say.
Okay, so Mojo will probably kick me in under a couple minutes for this, but it's going to be incredibly complicated, and it's going to be like, do you want to know just how to win straight out? Like, I can tell you how to win the whole thing right now in under 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so here we go. And Mojo will probably kick me, but just be warned about that. So I'm putting my timer 3 minutes. Okay. So setting everything aside, politics, religion, everything. Humanity is right now sandwiched between AI, which is black boxed, meaning that no one knows how it works or how to deal with it, and multi-dimensional spiritual reality. I'll say that again because it's a hard one. Multi-dimensional spiritual reality, meaning there are beings from other dimensions that are currently around Earth that are causing different things. And the third thing is a planet that comes into our solar system once every several thousand years that is causing all the earthquakes and fires and floods and everything else, right? So those three things are what are controlling humanity right now. And if you really want to cultivate the basic core premise of what humanity has concern about, it is the concern about those three things that they don't understand how it's impacting their reality. I think I'm done, actually.
You believe in Nibiru or Planet X? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, so you have Planet X, you have AI, which is negative ET inspired and controlled, and which is designed to, manipulate as many people into slavery as possible. You have central bank digital currency systems that are going to come online. So, and you have the fact that, perhaps we're in Revelations. I have a whole minute left. But I think that's about it, man. So, if you want to win, dude, you have to meet humans where humans are at. And humans, like much of humanity at a basic level, is somewhat aware of these things because they've become personally affected. So if you're going to be at some political layer, you can't win. You have to go to the layer above, So that's what I was going to be doing as president, saying that kind of shit, and people would never want to deal with it. So, so there you go. So that's it.
How does that guarantee victory?
So cater to humanity with that level of context, and then you win and win and win.
No, but walk me through the math. How do you win?
I only have 8 seconds left, but you just tell people the truth of what situation they're in, and they'll love you forever and always.
I'm not sure that would work.
I think you're an alpha enough to try it.
Well, I think that you just explained this to a room full of people, and nobody seems overly impressed with what you just said.
Well, let me interrupt you real quick and just point out that Mojo posted on X and wrote to Darren LaHood, the guy I'm running against, and he wrote, "Are you planning to debate John Kitover?" And then somebody named Goddess Agrona replied, "Why would anyone want to debate this unstable loser Rockford residents don't?" I wrote, "I agree Darren LaHood is an unstable loser who has created $20 trillion in debt, lied to everyone about a clot shot of spike proteins, and just added another $2.4 trillion to the deficit." And then a clown and a rhino and a dollar emoji. So, I mean, Mojo got 144 views on that post. What have you done for the campaign today?
My DA is I have an email database of every American in the United States. I can do whatever is required.
I think Goddess Agrona must be digital.
Like,
John, what do you think? Goddess Agrona? Does that seem like dismal?
I want to see. I'll go on your X page. Let me see what happened.
What the fuck is happening?
Which candidacy are you running for again?
Oh, he's drunk and he's retarded, Roger, if you're wondering what's going on.
I just explained the whole situation of humanity, so...
Oh, Times Square, can you explain to Roger and all of us about how you have hundreds of millions of dollars in lawsuits?
No, because I just explained... I explained all kinds of things.
You're a billionaire.
Hey, hold on. Hakima, how much time we got left for bringing up the girl? Hakima. Anyone got the math on this? Nobody?
Yeah, we are.
I think the timer's reset to another 35 minutes.
No. How much more time is Scarlett in the goo?
I think
She's
there's.
probably got like about 10 minutes at the most.
Oh no, she's at 20 minutes. She's still got 20 minutes. No doubt. Nope.
She's still there. There only 15 minutes there. Or?
Yeah.
Scarlett, I'm sorry. I'm trying to bring you up.
So I'm on your X profile, John, and I don't see... The last thing I see is a post about something about lives in Chicago. I don't see anything about what you're saying just now. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, I can hear that, but sometimes when I hear things, I just keep breathing, and I just keep breathing.
Well, why such a dramatic response? So I'm trying to find the post that you were just talking about just now.
I'm just living my life in love so we can get to victory faster.
Okay, so there's no post that actually happened with this whole person you were talking about?
Living my life in love. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is a Mojo positive vibration experience based in love. Don't you get that, though?
Okay. Sure. Alright. That doesn't really mean anything to me, but,
I'm going to tweet at the Chicago Tribune right now.
Wow. That's real work. Do you see that, though? He's getting us in touch with one of the largest communication networks in the Chicagoland area. What have you done for the campaign today, though?
Dude, the thing is that you gotta do your own political party. You can't do Republican or Democrat. And the values of that party have to be so uniting that it sweeps everything, dude. You know? Let me tell you what happened with the vax. You know what happened with the vax? The liberals went for it first, got lulled into liberal bullshit, and signed up. And then, now we have Trump in, then the Republicans. Too much masculinity, too much femininity.
Wait a second, though.
Yeah,
I wanna move this conversation along quicker than you might want it to move. But Mojo, could we maybe get a bid auction to have the removed from the stage? $10. Anybody here want to spend $10 getting the kicked to the goo? Go in the chat right now. The is up for auction at $10 to the goo.
I'll spend $20 to stay.
Okay. Link is in the good. Link is in the chat though. Go ahead. Put it in the. It's in the chat. Go ahead though. $20 in the chat. Find the link. Post it to the top of the room.
It's $5 for anybody else. Anybody that's not a mod, it's $5.
Well, hold on. How about this? For $100, if he pays $100 between now and March, as long as he obeys the rules of the House, he has complete immunity from being removed from stages.
Wow, that's like a membership card to a country club.
Where'd he go?
Well, he demonetized himself, obviously.
I feel so bad like I picture myself like being like a boat captain, and I got my girl drowning, and I'm not allowed to throw the life raft.
She down there quoting Booker T. Washington now. Now she's oppressed. She's quoting Booker T. is crazy.
Have you ever seen the movie Spartacus? No, I'm sorry, Ben-Hur, while Charlton Heston is rowing in, the galley of that Roman warship.
Tell us about it.
I mean, I'm just thinking about boats, and power, and how you have hundreds of people rowing a boat, into a battle. I'm just saying that Monica, in the captain's quarters, Our Lady Scarlet, when she rises to the deck of the ship to view the beautiful sunshine outside, which I'm sure she will. Scarlet, I just hope that when you come on, to the top deck of this ship in the goo, that you bring so much more positive vibrations to this room. And I just want you to know this silence in the goo is, sponsored by Hakima. And, take this moment to just be in the now. If you're in your car, drive from point A to point B, and, go do all the things you have to do that you would normally not be doing because you're talking here and, talking and thinking, and maybe you're just sitting in your car not going from point A to point B, or maybe there's garbage to be taken out to the alleyway and you need to clean the kitchen, or perhaps your bathroom needs to be vacuumed. Something in your house could be done other than being on Clown House right now. So I just want to say thank you, Hakima, for this moment of zen for Monica.
I hope you come back as a better person. I hope this teaches her the whole life lesson and come back as a better person.
I will say the chimpanzee in the flannel drinking a cup of coffee, I don't know, to me, Monica, if you can't put your actual picture up in the PTR, but you're going to put up, monkey PTRs in flannels drinking coffee, I know you want attention, but is that really the type of star you are? Is that the type of beautiful light flower you are as a monkey in a flannel? Come on, Monica, do better. This is your Monica Roast, brought to you by Hakima. Clubhouse is a social audio chat app with a roast feature where you can either self-roast or pay to roast obnoxious people. No, we're not saying Monica's obnoxious. We're saying she can be extremely obnoxious, as anyone can be on this app when you are hypnotized with the voice of a sweet southern belle that sounds just so perky and fun and sweet and, pointy. But that's what $40 gets you: silence, peace, harmony, equilibrium, balance.
John, did you see the tweet to the Chicago Tribune?
Let me take a look. Oh, we did get a request from an actual podcast, something called like the Southern Belt or the Farmers Belt podcast or something. They're interviewing all candidates, so we got that coming up, which will be great.
How many more minutes for Scarlett?
She's at the 7-minute mark.
Damn. I miss you, girl.
If you want, you could do a conjugal visit. Just go down to the goo and come back up.
Hey, he did it. That shit is hilarious. He in solidarity.
Wow, that's romantic. I feel like Romeo and Juliet. That's love.
That's real poetic right there.
You know, there's.
Serendipity. See, how about you? You feeling solidarity with minors? You want to join them in the group for 5 minutes?
I appreciate Mojo going down there. I was gonna go down there and share in the solidarity with her, but I decided to stay up here.
What do we say? Your name is Serendipity, not Solidarity.
That's okay. I've heard way worse, Hakima.
You know, Mojo, there's also a lot of newspapers in Peoria and Rockford that do have X accounts, do have websites, etc. So, I mean, outreach to those is could be, you know, useful and helpful as well, and also reaching out to other candidates.
Do you have a list of the handles, or do I have to look them up?
No, I don't have a list yet. You know what I did ask Croc earlier though? Give me 25 voters in Republican or 25 voters in Peoria or Rockford who would vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover, and it gave me back 25 handles. So I started plugging those handles in, copying and pasting to each one. Would you consider signing a petition? And so that that was like a labor of love, copying and pasting one at a time. I mean, I'm sure I don't even know, if there's X marketing, if there's an X, mass marketing platform, but it does, if we had actual organized effort on this app, we could use this app to get a lot of this work done by asking people in the room to actually do some things, maybe.
Hey, for the record, I invited Scarlett to the stage. I don't think she wants this Negro to bring her back down.
Wait, has Scarlett donated any money or no? To the campaign?
It's a negative.
She should donate a penny. Or, no, better yet, I'm saying, like, donate 2 cents.
Rich, stop. Stop it. She's back. It's my girl. Let's see. Oh.
I'm gonna move down. Bring it back up.
No, you can stay.
Welcome back, sweetheart.
Hello, Mojo.
No, Roger, I was simply making a joke that somebody could add their 2 cents, like.
I know, but I know exactly why you want her to donate.
Campaign finance flows.
Scarlett, can I ask you a question?
I would forbid her from donating precisely because of people like you.
Oh, it wouldn't be me. I've made it very clear I would never dox anybody.
That's blatantly untrue. I have screenshots to prove what you've done.
I would love. Oh, you talking about public information? I mean, if you want to go with that criteria, like definition of doxing, like relinquishing public information.
I'm talking about you made an offhand comment of something that I could trace, and then I went looking for it, and then I found it, and then I'm going to tell you, and not only you, but everyone else, how I did it so that they can find you too. You obnoxious snot.
I'm totally fine if anybody finds out who I am, because I don't have a record, I'm not a chomo, not registered sex offender, none of those things.
I don't think you understand what I just told you, which makes me deduct 20 IQ points from you.
Oh, no, you said that I slipped up and said something that made it easier for
moron. I
you to
said
find me.
you said that to someone else, bright star.
That you're saying that I said something that gives information about myself that would
No,
not
Rich, I don't care about you. I don't want to know about you. In fact, the less I know about you, the
Well, no,
better.
I'm trying to figure out what you're meaning.
I'm saying that you did that to someone else, screenshots to
Solomon?
prove it.
Wait, are you still bringing up the Solomon thing? Because Solomon's already conceded that it wasn't doxing.
No, but that's alright. Moving on. Who will goo her next? Who's doing this poll? And who are the why would you say Deputy would move me?
Who said I would move you?
That's terrible.
I want to know who said it.
It's 100% key, man. How's that possible?
Wait a second, I gotta alert Mojo to something here. Matt Cool has a room open called Darren to Fix La Hood, and everybody has a Darren La Hood PTR. So, it's working. Adams is spreading the Darren La Hood mind virus into Clubhouse.
You definitely need to share that. Darren La Hood campaign rally.
Got it. So let me ask you a question. Why are you capping for them, dude? So who's capping for anybody? You haven't even allowed me to ask my fucking question. So again, hearing bits and parts of what you think I'm gonna fucking say, like maybe that gives you, the pathway to create aspersions on my character.
I don't want to, interrupt your room, but that room is running, which is very funny.
No, it's cool. I like hearing that. Like, can we get a couple more minutes of that? I want to hear where they're at with this conversation.
Well, Keegan, the thing is though, you're in the same fucking private chat that I'm in, dude. You've heard what I've said to KK. Keegan is he was like a stan of mine. He basically, in a way, looked up to me. I was the person that kind of had. I was like the quote unquote Clubhouse famous person that would do content kind of like what he tries to do, and he's always been very nice to me, at least. But I do think that when it comes to Keegan, what he said about somebody's dead wife who died of cancer. Hold on. Cut you off. Hold on. No, shut the fuck up. Hold on. No, but this is the most important part.
I just want to let everybody know that they're being streamed on YouTube because John Kitover is not in the room, right? So again, Pepe, I'm not your enemy.
Who is John? Which one is John?
Congress down in the bottom.
Oh, Congress? That's it?
Right. You're welcome, Pepe. You're welcome.
Okay, so let's remove.
Hey guys, I'm gonna say goodnight.
They kicked me. No, that was the room. I hope you all enjoyed that. That was fun.
That was great.
Go back as anonymous, John. Don't give up. They can't stop you.
No, see, the thing about Anonymous is when I set up my tripods and I have the actual Anonymous account, to me recording that is a good room to record, obviously. But anyways, I'm kind of I've turned all my cameras around because Mojo, the positive vibration experience, has been allowing me to do so much speaking that, to record the room or the cell phone versus recording my face, I'm just trying to change the cameras and rotate.
John, I really haven't ever heard you speak very much. I did hear you run a yoga room or meditation room once. But you have a good voice, hon. And I've been tripping around, eavesdropping. I don't go anonymous. I go right in with my little face and see what's going on. And you might consider taking this new path and letting us hear your voice sometimes because it's a good voice. Scott, it's always good to see you.
Good to see you, Shirley, and I'm a full supporter of candidate Kitover. I think he's the man.
Okay, I'm going to go to bed. You guys.
Before you do, can you share something on or like and comment and share something that's on Twitter?
Twitter's on my other phone. Or you want me to share something that you
do it tomorrow.
Well,
Well, okay, but tell me what you want.
Well, we've sent messages to Darren LaHood on Twitter, but we've also asked the Chicago Tribune for a voter guide comparing Kitover versus LaHood, and so we're just asking the major publication in the area to weigh in on this.
Okay. I will lay my hand on the phone in the morning and I'll get these instructions in the morning when I'm fresh. I'm passing out. Today I passed out a Splash, some kind of drink called Splash. It was okay, y'all. You might try it. Tomorrow I'm passing out good, better pizza. So I need to be smiley tomorrow and fresh so I can grin and be sweet to all the people that I'm trying to pass out good, better pizza. Anyway, good night, y'all.
Good night, sweetheart.
Who's she passing out all this pizza to?
I would guess homeless people. I'm guessing she's working with her church. Gildas.
Yo, man, what's good?
What do you think of LaHood versus Kitover?
You know, to be honest, man, I don't know. I really haven't been able to look into both of you guys. I know John's here. I don't think I've heard LaHood. Is LaHood on the app?
To me, it's just like, how can you engage in, how can you support somebody who cannot have
room right now?
Yeah, do you want to?
You know, I heard that room yesterday.
Republican, the Democrat, even if it doesn't come to party or parties, like, would anybody?
They kicked
Sir,
me.
I showed you what I.
See, that's a good example of how anonymous is valuable, because from my perspective, I do want to record, some of these individuals on this app.
It's crazy that they triggered that much, right? Like, clearly, you doing the paperwork to run for Congress. Whether you win it out, another story. But whether you was a troll or not is beside the point at this point. Like you taking a positive step in the right direction. Like standing up for what you believe in, but for people to be mad about it is fucking crazy. Like I don't get it.
Or
keep doing what you're doing, John. I won't vote for you. I probably can't vote for you, but keep doing what you're doing.
Actually, I would like to change my statement that I made earlier. There is people that I would actually dox, and that would be like a mirror sort of. But it would be to the FBI.
Sorry, Gildas, what were you saying prior to that interruption? I doubt you remember, but welcome to In the Muff. Pay to goo, your least favorite.
There wasn't an interruption. We finished.
Who is Ellipses? I guess I follow. But yeah, I'm pretty much finished. I didn't really know what you two candidates were running on. I'm not even really clear on where in the country you guys are running for Congress.
Illinois,
getting flashes.
which makes the question, it makes it all the more bizarre that there's someone from California rocking LaHood just to probably doesn't know a thing about LaHood, doesn't live in the same state, but just to hurt John's campaign over here. It's like, I may not agree with John's politics, but that is, I'm not going to do that. Like, that's crazy. Like, get a hobby. That's crazy.
They don't even know what the fuck La Hood is. They never heard that fucking name until Child brought it up. And now they have some fucking fake campaign for him. Like, none of them could even vote for the fucking dude. But they act like they give a fuck about it. That's some weird shit.
So I do have this anonymous account. They're not going to be able to block this one. Do you want to hear the room?
Hi, everyone ready?
So, record, Pepe. As I said, I love you, buddy. I'm holding people accountable.
Nah, he is.
You spoke.
That on God.
Yeah. Shut your mouth.
Okay, but why are you caping for him? Like, it's so weird, Adam.
So I'm not caping for anybody. I'm just acknowledging the fact that you spoke a lot more than I have.
Okay, but you're standing up for this fucking, like, for
no,
whatever
I'm just
weird
pointing
reason.
out. I'm just pointing out the fact that your insight is a little bit off.
How's it off?
Just
how's it off? Answer directly. Don't go on a diatribe.
Yeah, you're gonna gaslight me. You don't want to have a conversation as like, Pepe and.
How is it off? How is it off?
I'm just.
You think you can't say how it's off? Like, I literally know this motherfucker's work history, his net worth, what he looks like. This guy is a fucking loser. Whether you're on the right, the left, or a libertarian, he's a fucking loser. He's failed in the economy. He's failed when it comes to his genes. He's obviously fucking failed. And that's why this fat fucking my PTR. That's why this fat fucking my PTR. The only value he has in life. Hold on, shut up your piece. The only value he has is literally.
I can speak, bro.
Okay, I will. The only value he has is he gets to have his shitty little fucking spaces, and where he can take pot shots at people and be a bully behind a mod badge. Because that's the only time he's been powerful. He's never served in a leadership position. He's 51 years old. He's never been in a leadership position. He's literally just a fucking loser that, he comes on here, gets to act like he's a big shot, act like he makes a lot of money. He advocates for fat shaming, which is fucking ironic because he's obese himself. Like, this fat motherfucker is a worthless piece of shit.
I've done the same
toxic.
thing. I've advocated for fat shaming. I've done the same
He's
fucking
fat.
thing.
You're not.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter because you didn't listen to what I was saying. This motherfucker, literally, what this motherfucker should be voting for is for the Democrats. More in fucking Social Security, more in fucking food stamps, more in all kinds of shit. Do not take the fudge rounds off the goddamn or any snack foods off of the fucking EBT allowable foods or whatever the fuck has changed recently. This fat motherfucker is literally when it comes to libertarians, this guy is fucking worthless. And it's just like hearing people talk about like more free markets, and you all know that like I think libertarians deserve to face a fucking wall because they're pieces of shit. But this motherfucker, he's somebody who could not even make it in a free market economy. He's somebody who's a fucking loser all the way around. But for whatever reason, your dumbass is still gonna stick up for him. And it is so fucking weird. Why? I mean, somebody, like, he said he believes in universal fat shaming. Tell me how this fat fuck should, and he's short. He's like,
I don't see how anything that I have said is any different than Roger.
Okay, well, at least, like, if you were to say fat shame, at least you're skinny and lean. This motherfucker is fat. He's also an would you ever, just be honest, would you ever, actually I won't go there, but this dude is like, he's an obnoxious piece of shit. He like, imagine you're a guy who can, the only power you have, and I've gotten into it, with him. That's why he's blocked me a couple times in the past. I say, like, dude, you do this shit on you're a person who does not go into other rooms. You'll only be an obnoxious asshole in your room when you have a mod badge, and of course, like 99.5% of the time, you're in your room. And you'll make, like, your little snide remarks. You'll do whatever stupid bullshit to insult people or to make yourself feel better about the fact that you've been an alcoholic for a good chunk of your life, which he openly admits. You've never really held the job down. I mean, we went through the list earlier. He literally held jobs for months, took years off as a stay-at-home dad. He has what sounds like a bunch of, he lists a bunch of companies that we cannot we've never heard of. You try Googling them, they don't really exist. But here's this guy who, he thinks he's big brained, he thinks he's high IQ, he thinks that, and he's literally said he makes the kind of money that those with advanced degrees in lucrative fields make. But it's all a lie. He lives with a fucking family member. I mean, we can look at I won't even, the Google street images of, like, the wrecked cars in his fucking front lawn. It's amazing. But he's a fucking phony. This guy's a piece of shit. This is him trying to cope with his failure as a person. This guy's a fucking loser. And I'm somebody who, like, I'm not somebody, like, I have my own flaws. I'm not somebody who's successful. I'm not somebody with a lot of money. But you guys have never heard me say on this app is that I'm super successful with a lot of money. Because I don't fake the funk. Like, I literally, it's like, am I going to tell you guys what I do? No. But do I make myself out to be, like, hot shit? No.
So, I mean...
But this motherfucker does! Like, why would you listen to a motherfucker who literally lies about himself and how successful he is? This motherfucker can't sort out his whole life, his own life, but he literally thinks he has the answer to the hold on. He literally has the answer, hold on. He literally thinks he has the answer for the whole goddamn country and how everything should be. This motherfucker should literally take a deep dive into his own fucking life and focus on that. He's a fucking loser that projects on everybody else.
A good question is, why should you listen to anyone on this app? As long as you have been...
That was a great projection, actually.
Well, no, this motherfucker would take pot shots at me. Hold on, but I don't listen to him. But like I said, I always thought he was obnoxious. But now that the truth has come out, and we realize, no, he's an actual fucking, neck beard, basement dwelling, lives with this fucking family, fucking loser. Like, that's what he is.
Has the truth really come out around our circles? Has it really come out?
Yeah, it has. Why are you such a chicken shit? Like, it's so weird.
Who's the chicken shit?
You're trying to avoid getting darts thrown.
I'm trying to have a conversation.
No, you're not. You're being a fucking pussy.
Pepe, I'm defending you. Pepe. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
No, you're being a fucking pussy. That's what you're doing. I don't want to be caught in the crossfire. You love to tell black people how they're a bunch of... You love to tell black people how they're a bunch of dirty niggers all day, but then once it comes to some fucking worthless cracker that lives with his family in the fucking basement, you're afraid to upset him. Like, literally. Exactly. Like, that's so fucking pathetic.
Problems.
Yeah, you don't have to have the same problems. We're not talking about my problems or your problems or anybody's problems. We are talking about Roger, you dumb motherfucker, not problems.
We don't have the same problem.
We don't have to have the same problems when we're talking about a third party, you fucking retard.
With Roger.
Literally, I just laid it out.
This is crazy.
Wait, no, what's crazy is your dumb fucking brain is not understanding that.
I'm dumb.
So dumb. Hold on, you both are right.
So dumb.
Adams.
So dumb. Oh my god. Dumb.
Adams. He can have his opinion about Roger. It's fine. Whatever. You can have your opinion. That's all cool, right? We're good. We're all good on that. Like, that's it. Like, we don't have to agree on.
Yeah, but like, why the fuck am I being attacked for like defending?
Because you're the one defending.
Crazy.
Against this shit. Prove that he's not a fucking
crazy.
Prove that he's not a fucking loser.
So crazy.
Prove that he's not a fucking loser.
Pepe.
Prove that he doesn't live with a family member. Prove that he does not look like he does in my PTR. You can't prove any of that because it's fucking true. But you're scared. You're scared of the backlash. You're scared of the crackers that have power on this fucking app. It is pathetic.
So again, thank you. I can't control Pepe.
Stop being scared of these crackers.
He's literally a nobody. He lives with his family. He has no power. He has no clout. He can do nothing. He's a fucking bitch. He can't do anything. What the fuck are you scared of?
Pepe, who the fuck am I scared of?
You're scared of, like, why are you standing up for him the way you do?
Pepe.
Are you scared about whatever? Are you scared because you don't want to be able to go back into the rooms you generally feel comfortable in? I don't know what it is.
Because I mind my own fucking business?
Okay, but Rogers made it his business when he's somebody who pushes, agenda. He's somebody who has a certain brand of politics.
Roger is actually
he pushes one thing, and he says a lot, whether it comes to culture war issues or whether it comes to the economy. He's somebody who literally is a failure at both. Where literally the best thing for him.
This is a Darren LaHood, Darren to Fix LaHood, hosted by Matt Cool and Dr. Adams and Nick and Pepe.
This motherfucker is worthless.
Your problems are not my fucking problems with these same people.
It's not my problem, retard. It's Roger's problems.
So again,
Roger's problems. You low IQ fucking octoroon. It's literally Roger's problems. He's a fucking loser. He lives with his family. He's never been able to hold a job. He's somebody who's fat and ugly. Not my fucking problem. Literally, none of that is my problem. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out is because he likes to be a bully. And people come in and respect him. And he's a worthless piece of fucking shit. But for whatever reason, your dumb gay fucking octoroon ass wants to come in here and cape for him. Maybe you think that fat fucking piece of shit has a tiny dick that would, feel good in your sensitive little ass. I don't fucking know. You're literally fucking caping for him. It's so pathetic.
Fucking priorities. Thank you.
Let's not get too personal.
Pepe, how about this?
You have a sensitive butthole. I get it. You want him to stick his
Let's not do this, guys.
I love Pepe all the same, but this is crazy.
I know, it's a little
We have different fucking priorities.
It's cool to crack jokes back and forth, but to put out personal data, not cool, man. I'm not down with that bullshit. Come on, you better than this, brother. Don't care where he lives at. That's no one's business.
Well, no. I was fine. I was fine. I'm not doxing him.
That's why I said the PTR is...
Yeah, but I'm not doxing him. I crossed out his name. I have his details. And I'm not doxing
he's
him.
An asshole. Okay, cool. No problem. But you putting a face out there.
Yeah, because this is the guy that wants to fat shame. Absolutely. And by the way, he did put this out on the app. Originally, because I talked to season 1 people.
Pepe, listen.
No, hold on. He talked to people on season 1 saw him.
We're not gonna do this.
No, we're gonna do this. Season 1 people saw him in person.
That way.
And they called him Butterbean.
You're a bigger person.
No, I'm gonna call this man fuck out.
Let it ride. Yeah, you can call him all fat and whatever you want to call him. Who gives a shit? But other people don't know this man, never seen this man. Just change the PTR.
No, I'm keeping the PTR.
You can call him all kind of fat fucks or whatever you want to call him.
No, I'm gonna keep the PTR.
You're a better person. You're a better person than this.
No, he deserves it. I'm keeping it.
Man on business, Pepe.
Alright, it's on you then.
I don't think it's not formal, Doc.
I'm just gonna say the quiet part out loud. Like, Pepe, a lot of people are looking at you like if you could do this to him, you could do this to definitely anybody else. You know what I mean?
But I haven't doxed anybody on this app.
Okay, again, Pepe, now, right?
Well, you can say that, but at the end of the day, like, he's a guy that... Right, he's bullying me. Hold on a second.
So again,
Adams is the entertainer.
I know.
Pepe!
I get it. Yeah, I know that point. Now,
thank you.
Amazing. Now, this is a guy that you have to understand. We all know, like, at one point when this app was alive, I was like a big deal, which is not even a celebrity. It's like Clubhouse famous. You know, it's just whatever gay shit that means. Now, I'm somebody, but we all know that I'm somebody. It's like, when I wasn't making rooms, even at my, like, height, I would go into other people's rooms. I stopped making rooms for a couple years, and then I'd go into just other people's rooms. Why? Because I know the people in this fucking app. Now, I see, like, a piece of shit like him, and it's just like how he's so weird. He has to hide behind a mod badge in order to feel, like, important, and he'll make, like, cheap, like, pot shots at people. But he never has anything intelligent to say, and I know why. He's uneducated, but at the end of the day, he's somebody who told us a lot of things, that he makes a lot of money, just as, like, I remember an argument I got in with him, he makes just as much money as the high value H1B1 immigrants and whatever. No, he hasn't. He's a fucking loser. And like, to me, it's like clear he's overcompensating. You know, for somebody like him if you cannot thrive in America today, if it came to, like, total libertarian monarchist society like he thinks he wants as an ideal, he definitely wouldn't thrive. In fact, there would be no social benefits. So what is, like, the best thing to do? It's just to, like, act like, you know, oh, yeah, you know, I'm a hot shit that can do this and that. Oh, why, we should actually not tax the rich. They pay the overwhelming majority of taxes. You guys, let's talk about that. Motherfucker, you've been, like, literally never been even breached the top 50 fucking percent. And you're a fucking parasite that lives with your family. And you have been your whole fucking life. Like, and we're gonna pretend like we should take your fucking views seriously? Like, get the fuck out of here. This guy's a cockroach.
Okay. You're a grown man, right?
Yeah, I'm a grown man. Why are you drunk again, you stupid nigger? Like, why are you asking me these fucking questions?
Right now. You act like a whole bitch right now. Just let this shit go, man. Let it go.
I'm letting it go, but you're being a fucking dumbass.
Oh, I'm a stupid nigger. Is that what you're saying, Pepe?
Like,
what are you doing?
No, that was to me.
No, it doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter.
Shut the fuck up.
No, it does not fucking matter. It does not fucking matter.
I tried. Okay. I try to make peace.
Before let this faggot go ahead and go off.
Now I'm a faggot.
You are a faggot.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
Alright.
It's crazy.
Alright, we're gonna look at it. Your piece, you wanted to say something. Are you still there?
It's
or no?
crazy.
Let's get a new person in here real quick. Your piece, are you there or no? Alright, carry on. I'm just trying to get some new voices in here.
I'm not gonna give you that kind of shine, brother. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be in an argument with you. But let the shit go. Just let it go, man.
No, I'm gonna drag.
And I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not.
That's fine, but my apologies for calling you nigger.
I don't care about that. I don't care about this shit. We all say things.
I know you.
We're upset, and say you're drunk and all that. No, I'm not.
Real quick.
I don't give a shit about that.
Real quick.
I'm not gonna.
KB,
I'm not gonna do that with you, bro.
Pepe's defense, he's been waiting to get this out. Just to let you know, he's been waiting.
This motherfucker's in a therapy session.
Yeah, so it's like just letting it all out, and then everything will be chill, But yeah.
Yeah, but don't let one person get under your skin that fucking bad.
No, it's not that. You see, the thing is, though, is I'm somebody who, I came on this app a few years ago. Maybe if I started streaming 4 years ago, it was before I came on this app. That's when I was debating famous YouTubers. I came on here and I was like, oh wow, there's no children on here. This is cool. And I had the big rooms and all that shit. And then the app started 2 years ago. They made these weird changes. And then after 5 years of doing this shit, I'm just like, this is fucking boring. It's repetitive. And then I'll come on here because there are people I know that I've spoken with for the last few years. It's the main reason why. And I just when I see people like Roger, I just can't. He's somebody who's such a toxic fucking person.
Okay, someone came and took your place.
Nobody came and took my place.
Just look right there.
Well, sure, no. If you look at all of the big content, let's look at all of the big content creators that existed 2-3 years ago. They're all gone. None of them exist anymore.
Right. You have your lane that you're in. He has his lane. Just don't.
Yeah, sure, no. But when it comes to Roger, here's the thing about Roger, though. The reason I have to because he's a fucking bully. He's somebody, and he did try to bully me all the time. And so, I'm going to, I said, I'm going to drag him on this app at least. Just look, nobody's going to look at that picture. When he says, if you guys haven't lived, if you haven't done cocaine off of a stripper's ass, it's amazing. And I'm sure he paid for it.
Have you had a conversation with him in private?
No, and I don't need to.
Maybe that's something you should.
No. Just quite frankly, let me put it like this: if Roger got hit by a bus, it broke all the bones in his body, got stomach cancer, then got AIDS, and then got herpes on his butthole, and then got sepsis, but somewhat survived and without being able to put on life support, was going along for 9 years in agony, I would not fucking care.
Damn. Maybe you need to